Tech tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool, not a coincidence. I actually chop it up, but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even be. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? That's the truth. Go ahead, I got my brother over here. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit as I stay in shape. And I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying, because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sue Tech, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erase videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard it. If Sean P want to debate, don't debate the champ over there, right?
Sue Tech wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sue Tech want him. You say PMF ain't
There's no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sue Tech debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's one. I love you. Tell Sue Tech. Tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll get chopped up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We'll make it work. You know? Right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get on other
hey, all right, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
No, he like
Peace to everybody in the chat. Lafayette, Jama, and Boca. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. It's one of them ones. One of them ones. I don't have no sources up, nothing. This is one of them ones. So I was minding my business, you know what I'm saying? I just be minding my business, staying out the way, right? I'm working. I get a message. I check my phone, right? Okay, I got a message on Facebook. I'm like, what is this? It's Juju. Juju sent me a message on Facebook. I'm like, what the hell she done dropped in my DM? So I wait a minute, then I open it up. It's a video. I pulled the video up. It's Top Catz. Now, I said, Juju, I said, nah, I ain't watching this. You know what I'm saying? I immediately said, nah, I ain't watching this. Just so y'all know, it ain't no cap. My DM. Juju. There go the video. Y'all see it? I use the same picture in my description. I mean, in my thumbnail for a reason. This the video. So I said, you know what? I ain't got shit going on. I'm talking about when I say I ain't got shit going on, I ain't got nothing going on. No woman, no nothing. I ain't got nothing going on. Right? Nothing going on. Only thing I had going on today was whatever the fuck I wanted to come up with. So I went, got my kids some stuff, and that's why I'm late doing the show. They got their stuff, and it's cool. So I went, blew some money real quick, and now we live. But I came to the video this morning. I said, you know what? Let me go watch. Let me see what he's talking about. Now, the title of the video is The Fake West Africans. First of all, it's spelt the fuck wrong. The Fake West Africans Slaves. Oh, you don't believe me? The motherfucker put the fake West Africans. After West Africans, he puts slaves in America. He should have dropped the S after African, and it should have been West African slaves. Hold on, Brendan. Here you go. Y'all downloaded it. I didn't know if anyone downloaded the video. I didn't ask around. I only talked to Not a Coincidence. He said he watched it and they were coming for him or whatever the case may be. And I don't mind in that. Then he says, the fake West Africans, slaves in America, 1850 hoax. So he makes a claim in this video. The fake West African slaves in America, 1850 hoax. He's calling it a hoax. What is this based on? So y'all can see my phone. I'm gonna click on this little link right here. I'm gonna click on this little link. Bam. Right? Now, the video says unlisted. As you can see, a reflection from my TV screen. The video says unlisted. Oh, no. That's from my phone. Let me send it to my, share my Google chat. I sent myself the video, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Y'all see the link? It's right here. This Top Cat link. I'm gonna hit this link and I'm gonna share my screen. And I'm gonna pause it. Now, Let me share something with y'all. 4 hours ago, this video was not available. It was unlisted. It was made private. And I hit up, not a coincidence. I hit him up. I said, bruh, why Top Catz make his video private? Hold on. No cap in my rap. No cap in my rap. I said, not a coincidence. I text him. Why Top Catz make his video private? This is at 11:38, which would be 12:38 Eastern Standard Time, because he's an hour ahead of me. He says, I was going to go in on him today. And I said, scary ass nigga, bro. I just opened up my laptop. This is at 11:39. He said, scared to death. They are dumb as fuck. Did you see some of it? I said, nope. I was about to watch some of it and address it live. Unfortunately, he made it private. That was at 11:43. When at the time that I made the thumbnail and created this show, the video was still private. So by the time the show was really officially going to air, guess what? The video was still private. When someone went back to Top Catz, made it known that Sean, or he probably seen me tag him in the description of our show, or my show for today, he removed it from being private. You don't believe me? Not a coincidence is in the chat. Go ask Juju. I hit her up. I said, Juju. He made this video private. Juju said, not a coincidence, just told me. Damn, niggas is wild. So, ladies and gentlemen, guess what we gonna do? We're gonna do two things. One, I don't know if Not a Coincidence got time, but please, ladies and gentlemen, this is for Not a Coincidence. Don't all hit the link just yet. I just need to see if he's available. Okay. Two, yeah, we finna get into this. Let's see if we could watch this. All right. So again, let me play the disclosure because I know how tricky it can get. And we are doing this not only for entertainment, but educational purposes. So now there's a question that we have in mind. Why was the video private? Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a thumbs up or something. Come on. All right, so let me skip past all this bull jive. Listen, not a coincidence. We made him take it off private. He had no other choice because I said he was running. And his ego allowed him to put himself in the rabbit hole.
And flow.
Hold on 1 second. Elijah! Let Tyson out!
I think we can go and get it turned up. Dosey, Swood, if y'all in the building, y'all can pull up. We
come on, man.
Conversate because niggas died over information.
Listen, this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Demonstration beats conversation. We've been waiting for this moment. Let me stop sharing real quick. Just so you know, I ain't playing. I got a whole pad and a pen right here. There's nothing on my pad. There's nothing on my pad. Okay, there is something. But let me remove that because they got something to do with something else. I want a clean piece of paper. Because what I want y'all to, hold on, y'all don't think it's clean? Hold on. This was somebody else's debate. The material that's written right here, this was a whole nother video that we listened to when I took notes. This was a debate on the origin of man. Okay? We got a clean piece of paper. I'm finna show y'all live, ladies and gentlemen, how this shit finna go. Pay attention to the claims that are made in this video. We're gonna get like 3 claims, and then we'll go and research and address those claims. And we'll look for multiple sources to substantiate the position. See if we can find the claims. Then on top of that, we're gonna deal with, of course, we do primary research. We do primary. So we're gonna find the primaries. Not a coincidence say he at the barbershop, he need a minute. Oh, don't worry, brother. You got all the time in the world with me. Get your fade done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, your lineup. Get your lineup done. So, let's get back to the video. He knew that I was about to go live, and I was about to say a whole nother thing on this live. A whole nother thing. And he then up and made his video listed again. But it's listed differently. This boy here. If they ain't predictable. Let's go.
Now the Mayans say, man, we don't get nobody no information. Nah, we don't. This don't go outside the circle. And we up. Dosey Do running for his leg. I want you guys to brace yourself.
Ancestry, 1850s, census records, birthplace, Africa. How long have people been coming to the Americas, and why is he focused on the 1850s? What did Not a Coincidence do that lead him to the 1850 census? So the first thing we got to do is we got to pull up the census records. Of the 1850s. Yeah, we got to do that. We just want to be on the same page with them. So before we do anything, ladies and gentlemen, let's go find the census records. United States Federal Census Records. It's the first thing we got to do. Okay, now there's a couple of little things that I'm going to pull up that's going to be outside of the fact. Because, you know, I ain't got Ancestry.com. I should, but I don't. I got the other one, Heritage. So I am going to, hold on 1 second. I'm going to play the video. I'm going to do it while the video playing.
You are about to witness a homicide. Turn up.
All right, so we're going to get into these ancestry and these 1850 census records and what does it mean when it says birthplace Africa. So we have to start here with the Naturalization Act of 1870, where this all started, where the first aliens of African nativity.
Pause. Ladies and gentlemen, when did the first people from Africa step foot in the Americas? When did the first people from Africa step foot in North America? Was it 1850? Is it 1870? What is the case? Just hold on a second. Shy, I see you in the chat. I see what you said in the chat, Shy. Just hold on a second. He said a 1850 hoax. Why is we in 1870 dealing with naturalization? We dealing with the 1850 census. Why are we in 1870? That's the first question that I have. And why we so late in the game with this shit? He said he came out the side of his face and said, "You're gonna witness a murder." I'm locked and loaded.
Or anyone from African descent would be able to get their citizenship and even be included on the census. I have a usurp here from the actual Library of Congress that ties in as far as everything is saying that it would have to be a free white person. They have to be a citizen for a certain amount of time. They would have to be of good character as well as prescribed by law. But someone is saying that before 1870, Africans were already on the census. So here we have what...
Pause. So she said that Africans were already on the census in 1850. Is this true, false, or whatever the case may be? Is it true? Is it false? We have to slow down. She's pointing her finger at not a coincidence. She's pointing her finger at not a coincidence. This is why I said I gotta have him on the thing. Okay? So we can go directly to the source and deal with it occasionally so that we ain't got to deal with all the craziness. But hold on real quick. Let me show y'all this. The Black Pioneers of Los Angeles County, the counting of African Americans in the 1850 federal and 1852 state censuses. Anyone who has done research on Los Angeles region in the first years of the American era knows just how challenging it can be to find information generally, and the situation is far more daunting when it comes to the underrepresented groups, including women and people of color. Even when we find those rare sources from the period, there can often be issues that pose obstacles to their use. Take, for example, the 1850 federal census of the region, which, because California was admitted as the 31st state in the Union in September was not conducted until the first 2 months of the following year. There was just one census taker or enumerator, John R. Everston, and being responsible for covering a massive area, including all of today's Orange and San Bernardino counties. And the portions that what later became Kern County was more difficult because of the gold rush was in full swing. And there was a high degree of fluidity of people within California broadly and of greater Los Angeles. Long story short, when the overall figures were released late that year, it was noted that the Native American population was just under 4,000 people, rather than the couple hundred counted by Everston. So, as people still routinely cite the 1850 census figures for Los Angeles, it should be noted that these were vastly undercounted, at least by the state of enumeration came up not much more than a year later. Naturally, there were some obvious changes during that year's time, and we can't know exactly what that entailed. Still is abundantly clear that Everston efforts were to put in the best light less than accurate, while we have to acknowledge the many shortcomings of the 1852 count as well. Continuing on. On this holiday, celebrating and commemorating the immense achievements of Martin Luther King Jr. and his fight for civil rights and African Americans, we take a look back to the earliest documentation of Blacks in American era Los Angeles through these two censuses, in research done as a part of an association with the Biddy Mason Charitable Foundation and the Longs Rose Freedom Project. In doing so, we noted that the fact that while California was deemed a free state, where slavery was not allowed, gold seekers and others flockers here in the 1850s were frequently slave owners from other states and territories, and those blacks brought with them were held in servitude. Other African American workers and households in the era may very well have been forced to labor without pay, though there is almost certainly no way to document these situations. So, in 1856 came the landmark case in the district court, presided by the judge over Benjamin I. Hayes, and in which Bridget Biddy Mason sought for her and her children, 3 children, as well as another woman, Harriet and her 8 children and grandchildren, through a writ of habeas corpus, basically unlawful detainment, to be released from all the claims against them by Robert Smith. I'm gonna pause right there. So, in the 1850 census, with dates ranging from 18th of January to February 1851, listed 14 people of color, though the 3 choices of the column for color were white, black, mulatto. Note that Indian was not given as an option. In any case of these, only a half a dozen had surnames, and all but one of these were Spanish language names. Should we continue? So, this notion of us being on the census is a whole problem. I told you we'll go to the goddamn primaries. We don't have to go too far to deal with the actual primaries. Just to be more clear, this is in 1850. This is in North Carolina. August 1850, on the 13th day. Number of slaves, ladies and gentlemen. They all got a 1 right there. Their age, ladies and gentlemen. Their sex, ladies and gentlemen. And the color of their skin, ladies and gentlemen. This is in 1850. Researching your African American family. They got the damn slaveholders' names on some of these. And ones before that, when you start seeing these little one strikes right here, it's just a continuum that this person owned all of it. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Nah, no retreat, no surrender. But hold on. I'm just trying to show y'all what we got pulled up so far. The 1850 census, the 7th census of the United States, it gives you a description of that. You will be able to pull up documentation that's going to fine line things and go from there. We don't have to play these games. We can get to the primaries easily and provide all the information, and we can deal with fact sheets. So we shouldn't have any issue or problem. Now let's go back to our conversation, right? Because as bottom cat states, it's going to be a murder. Remember that. He said it's going to be a murder.
All right. So we're going to get into
Hold
these ancestry and these 18.
Hey, hold on, chat. Let's get some flames up in here. We about to turn up. Y'all know we don't do no free lectures. We talk in the bag. This is secret society. Nah, you got to know the password. What Pac say? Whispering while we conversating, because niggas died over information. Now the Mayans say, man, we don't get nobody no information. Nah, we don't. This don't go outside the circle. And we up. Dosey Do running first leg. I want you guys to brace yourself. You are about to witness a homicide. Turn up.
All right. So we're going to get into these ancestry and these 1850 census records and what does it mean when it says birthplace Africa. So we have to start here with the Naturalization Act of 1870, where this all started, where the first aliens of African nativity or, anyone from African descent would be able to get their citizenship and even be included on the census. I have a usurp here from the actual Library of Congress that ties in as far as everything it's saying, that it would have to be a free white person. They have to be a citizen for a certain amount of time. They would have to be of good character as well as prescribed by law. But someone is saying that before 1870, Africans were already on the census. So here we have what was happening as far as for any foreigners and aliens and how they did the early census. We'll see pre-1820, there were no foreigners on any census. So what we're seeing is the first inclusion is in 1820. They did not say where they were from. They only had foreigners not naturalized to be checked at the bottom. So on those censuses, you would see everybody as far as where they're from or living at the certain time. But then they would check at the bottom if they were foreigners not naturalized or anything. In 1830, the citizenship advised it, and we would see aliens, foreigners not natural.
Let's pull this up. Earliest U.S. decimal census. Because they're going back to words, right? That wasn't a part of a census in a particular area. Hold on, let me pull up. Let me try to get. I hate when they do this shit, man, with these screenshots and they don't want to show you their source. Let me pull up the Naturalization Act too. I hate when they do this because they always got something. They always got something to hide. It shouldn't be nothing to hide. The lady pulled up the Naturalization Act of 1870. She didn't pull up she didn't, hold on, I'm gonna show y'all. All right, so my bad. Where I want to go? Let me go here first. So let's go to 1790. The 1790 population census was the first decennial census of the United States, taken every 10 years since 1790. Census records provide a snapshot of the nation's population. Why was the census taken? The U.S. Constitution was ratified September 17, 1787. Article 1, Section 2 established that the representation in the U.S. House of Representatives was based on the population determined by a census taken at 10-year intervals. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they Congress shall by law direct. What was the official census day? It was August 2nd, 1790. When was it taken? August 2nd, 1790, and was finished within 9 months. Who was counted? The law required. The law required that every person who shall usual place of abode shall be in, and any family on shall be returned as of such family, and the name of every person who shall be an inhabitant of any district, but without a settled place of residence, shall be inserted in the column of the aforesaid schedule, which is allotted for the heads of families in the division where he or she shall be on, and every person occasionally absent at the time of enumeration as belonging to the place in which he usually resides in the United States. We know who's involved. Every person over the age 16 was required to cooperate. What kind of questions they ask? Same old basic dumb stuff. So what did the census look like? Ladies and gentlemen, names of the heads of families. Free white males of 16 years and upwards, including heads of families. Free white males under 16 years. Free white females, including heads of families. All other free persons and slaves. This 1790. So they already got a slot on the 1790 census for slaves, but they in 1850. They ain't in 1790, they in 1850. I'm in 1790. Why am I in 1790? Because Congress first defined eligibility for citizenship by naturalization in this law and limited this important right to free white persons. In practice, only white male property owners could naturalize and acquire the status of citizens, whereas women, non-white persons, and indentured servants could not. Access to citizenship will become more expensive over time, although the racial restrictions was not eliminated entirely until 1952. The law produced the legal category of aliens ineligible for citizenship, which largely affected Asian immigrants and limited their rights as non-citizens to key realms of life in the United States, such as property ownership, representation in courts, public employment, and voting. So tell me why we are in 1870. We're going to look at that. Let's see what has changed. Before we do anything, hold on, before we do anything. This still 1790, Census Day, August 2nd, 1790. President George Washington, Vice President John Adams, Speaker of the House Frederick Muhlenberg signed the 1790 Census Act March 1st, 1790. Who is the enumerator paying attention to when he's doing the count? free white males over 16, white males under 16, free white females, all other free persons, and slaves. So no, there's no Indians, there's no blacks. It's just people that are white. Everybody else fell under slaves or they fell under other free people. And we don't know who those other free people is. We don't know if they were mulatto, nothing. We know what we know. So let's skip up to 1850. This tells us what the numerator is calculating in 1850. The number of population inquiries grew in 1850 census. Every free person name was to be listed. Not just the head of household, the marshals also collected additional social statistics, including information on taxes, schools, crime, wages, value of the estate, etc., and data on mortality. Each marshal was also responsible for subdividing his district into known civil divisions, such as counties, townships, or wards, and ensuring that his assistants' returns were completed properly. So this is different from the 1790 census that we just reviewed. Let's go to 1870. Let's go look at the enumeration in 1870. After the Civil War, the decimal census questionnaires were reordered and redesigned. So they reordered and redesigned the shit in 1870 to account for, listen, ladies and gentlemen, what did they redesign them to account for? End of the slave questionnaire. So they removed the slave question, the column where the slaves was at. The schedules for 1870 census were general population, mortality, agriculture, products of industry, and social statistics. The Secretary of Interior selected General Francis Walker as superintendent in the 9th census on the February 7, 1870. At the time of the appointed, General Walker was chief of the Bureau of Statistics, an agency within the Treasury Department, and was one of several experts who had participated in the U.S. House of Representatives committee deliberations on the 1870 census. A capable administrator, Walker introduced examinations to test the qualifications of those applying for the positions with the census office. Walker remained as a superintendent until November 1871, when Congress' failure to appropriate funds for his salary caused him to resign. Nevertheless, he continued overseeing the census work as a commissioner of Indian Affairs. Later returned, he resumed his duties as superintendent of the census, working without compensation. The 1870 enumeration was completed by August 23rd, 1871. So each one of these numerations between 1790 until 1870 are going to tell us what they're doing different this year when they are counting people. 1870, they forget the slaves. So back to this whole Naturalization Act of what you have up at 1870. Let's pull that shit up. Let's pull it up. The 14th Amendment declared all persons born within the United States to be U.S. citizens and worked to bestow citizenship on freedmen. Congress went further by amending naturalization requirements in 1870. So they amended some records in 1870, which they didn't do the prior years. Is that what you're telling me? Let's see. And extending naturalization eligibility to aliens being free white persons and to aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. Pause. Let's go back and let's look at this slowly. So in 1870, they extended naturalization eligibility to aliens being free white persons and to aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. The 1870 revision of said 2169 U.S. Revised Statutes laid the foundation for future confusion over racial eligibility to citizenship. The rule did not state that white persons and black persons may naturalize, nor did it limit naturalization to the European or African nativity or descent. Rather, the 1870 rule appeared to apply a color test, white persons and those of African origins, i.e. black. I'm going to say this again. This is their official documents. This is a National Archived record. It says, rather, the 1870 rule appeared to apply white persons and black persons may naturalize, nor did it limit naturalization to those of European or African nativity or descent. Rather, the 1870 rule appeared to apply a color test. White persons and those with African origins, i.e. black. White persons and those, hold on. White persons and those with African origins, i.e. black. So, ladies and gentlemen, when Not a Coincidence stood in front of them and said on the Africans was on the 1850 census, he's telling you this because they acknowledge that black people were of African origin. We're going to get to why Top Cat's name is mad. That's not a problem for me. You got to walk, right? Because he said this was a hoax. How do we have the evidence that leads us all the way up into, we're just using their information. He said this is a hoax. He claimed in the title of his video that there was an 1850 hoax, but the Negro got a sister on the panel reading the 1870 Naturalization Act. So hold on. Let's do this live. Is there a Naturalization Act of 1850? Is there a Naturalization Act of 1850? Do we know? Why are we going to 1870? Why she didn't use the 1790 Naturalization Act? Why she go to 1870? But we're talking 1850. You're right, OHF. It's not. It's not one. We all know. Because it's going to go from 1790 to the 1870 because they ratified it in 1870. So they put new, you know what I'm saying? They put new inserts of however the hell you want to put it in there, but say it. But yeah, they put that shit in there. They changed some of the bylaws in there. We just want to understand. We want to stand on business, right? But I really want to pull up this right here. So what she got down here on the right-hand side. So hold on one second because I got to do some scrolling. On one of these. And I got to get to what we need to get to. Let me show my screen. My bad. So again, this takes us back, y'all, to the 1790 census. If you scroll down to the bottom, you can start seeing what the census looked like. I don't know why we're going through all of this, but this is for each state, right? involved in sending us some data. So we can click on that and we can get the heads of families at the first census of the United States taken. We can deal with all of that. Now I clicked on something real quick because hold up. This is to give you an example again of the validity of what it's saying. This is telling us everything is going to be on the census in 1790. So now that we know that we can obtain that information at a click of a button, it shouldn't be no issue arguing. Let's go.
'70, where this all started, where the first aliens of African nativity, or anyone from African descent, would be able to get their citizenship and even be included on the census.
Pause. Let's go back to the fucking Naturalization Act of 1870 and let's see what the fuck they're saying about 1870, right? Let's pull the shit up. Let's pull it up. We on her source. This her source. Look like her screen? Yes. She just reads the summary. The summary says the Naturalization Act of 1870 explicitly extended naturalization rights to all aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent, while denying the right to all other group of non-whites, particularly Asians. This law promoted integration and equality for African Americans, but maintained racial distinctions that denied naturalization rights and access to citizenship to Asians and other non-white immigrants. That's a summary of the Naturalization Act. So let's rehear what this sister says, right? Because she brought this shit up. We didn't bring it up. Read the source, lady. The Naturalization Act of 1870 explicitly extended naturalization rights to all aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. Read the source, sister. Hold on.
Birthplace Africa. So we have to start here with the Naturalization Act of 1870, where this all started, where the first aliens of African nativity, or anyone from African descent, would be able to get their citizenship and even be included on.
She didn't read the source. She began to ad-lib the source, right? Because guess what she leave out? She leaves out something very important that I just showed y'all on the screen. She left it out. While denying the right to all other groups of non-whites, particularly Asians. She leaves it out. She don't even get to it.
And we up. Do running first leg. I want you guys to brace yourself. You are about to witness a homicide. Turn up.
All right, so we're gonna get into these ancestry and these 1850 census records, and what does it mean when it says birthplace Africa? So we have to start here with the Naturalization Act of 1870, where this all started, where the first aliens of African nativity, or anyone from African descent, would be able to get their citizenship and even be included on the census. I have a usurp here from the actual Library of Congress that ties in as far as everything it's saying, that it would have to be a free white person. They have to be a citizen for a certain amount of time. They would have to be of good character as well as prescribed by law. But someone is saying that before 1870, Africans were already on the census. So here we have what was happening as far as for any foreigners and aliens and how they did the early census. We'll see pre-1820, there were no foreigners on any census. So what we're seeing is the first inclusion is in 1820. They did not say where they were from. They only had foreigners not naturalized to be checked at the bottom. So on those censuses, you would see everybody as far as where they're from or living at the certain time, but then they would check at the bottom if they were foreigners not naturalized or anything. In 1830, the citizenship advised it, and we would see aliens, foreigners not naturalized, and this was only applicable to white persons included.
Go back, lady. What did the Naturalization Act say?
That ties in as far as everything is saying, that it would have to be a free white person.
If she don't read the source, why would she ad-lib the source? Why? Anyone know why? So let's do us a favor. She has another source on the screen, section 1. So we need to pull up section 1. I think I had that, where is it? Did I have it already? Oh, I got the examples of the schedules of, oh, yeah. I need to bring this to y'all attention too. But I'm going to do that. I'm going to bring this to y'all attention too. Yeah, let me do it right now, and then I'm going to pull up the other thing. So I did not show y'all this, and I apologize for it. But this is what it looked like, 1850. Dwelling house number, families numbered in the order of the visitation, number of every person whose usually place of abode on the first day of the June 1850 was in this family, the age, the sex, the color, whether it be black, white, or mulatto, profession, value of real estate owned. See, these were additions made to the census record that they talked about. These were additional 13 check marks. Schedule 2 of this same census document says slave inhabitants enumerated by me on the such and such day of 1850, yada, 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 yada. So if Khalil pulled up in your hood in 1850 and he's a numerator and he gets to looking in your yard, walk through your house, go back there at the slave quarters, you know what I'm saying? He talking to Akili. Him and Khalil and Akili having a conversation about this enumeration shit. He over there, the enumerator over there doing his job. He doing the census. Then he says, well, take me back here and let me check out your slave quarters or your slave inhabitants. And he's gonna say, number of slave owners. One, I'm the only slave owner on this plantation. So he's gonna put a 1 in the one box. Number of slaves. Akili told Khalil he had 30 slaves. So what's the description of the slaves? He gonna give them their age all the way down. He gonna tell you male, male, female, female, male. He gonna go through all that. Then he gonna start putting B. B's like a motherfucker, because he gonna say black, 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 black. Then he gonna put an M. He gonna put mulatto. You know what I'm saying? He gonna go black, 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 black. We talking 1850. Remember, ain't no white slaves. Ain't no white servitude. Ain't none of that going on. That shit died when they start bringing black bodies over this bitch. So now Khalil done figured out that Akili got 30 slaves, all of them black, between the ages of 6 and 46. If they deaf, dumb, and blind or insane, he gonna put that shit too. That's how the census is scheduled. So they have these places. Look at this. We're gonna pull it up because y'all need to see this. Ladies and gentlemen, we ain't gotta make nothing up. Nothing. This is a cleaner version of the census. We don't have to make it up. There you go. 1850 federal census slave schedules. 1 through 8. We deal with what we deal with. And they just told you in the Naturalization Act, even in 1870, that aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. So they telling you we going to go get these African alien motherfuckers and they descendants. They descendants. Huh? It says the law promoted integration and equality for African Americans, but maintained racial distinctions. She sent us somewhere. She reading section 1 of the naturalization. Did I already have it up 42 minutes ago? Oh, I didn't. All right, so 1870, section 1 of naturalization. Let's pull it up. Where you at, not to see? I hope your barber didn't give you measure line up, bro. You know he quiet now. Session 2. Session 2. Okay, this ain't the one right here. Ooh. Hold on, y'all. Let me let her talk, and I'm gonna come back to it. Shit, okay, I'm holding y'all up.
Person, they have to be a citizen for a certain amount of time. They would have to be of good character, as well as prescribed by law. But someone is saying that before 1870, Africans were already on the census.
They were. Now, hold on. Before we let her page go, Section 1 be enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled that any alien being free of white person who shall have resided within the limits and under the jurisdiction of the United States for the term of 2 years may be admitted to become a citizen thereof on an application to any other common law court of record in any other states wherein he shall have resided for the term of 1 year or at least, making proof to the satisfaction of such court that he is a person of good character and taking something of affirmation prescribed by the law to support the Constitution of the United States, which oath and affirmation such court shall administer. The clerk of such court shall record such application, etc. Now, she skipped the beginning part of that and she went down to the middle part of her source in section 1. This is the problem that I be having with them when they be trying to cherry pick some shit because they don't want you to see certain things. And it shouldn't be the case at all because we're arguing back and forth, but Are we really arguing so that we can get the truth out to the people, or are we arguing to keep people ignorant? Because if they're ignorant, then we can take advantage of them, right? Ain't that how y'all think? Ain't that how y'all think? Huh? Ain't that how the eyeballs think?
So here we have what was happening as far as for any foreigners and aliens and how they did the early census. We'll see
Ladies and gentlemen, they wasn't even calling people foreigners. She done came up, listen, what she on? The 1820 census reported the number of, hold on. 1820 census reported the number of, you gotta catch her. You know what I'm saying? This how you know. The number of foreigners and naturalized. So she didn't put us, what the hell, she didn't took us a couple places. Hold on, let me pull her shit up. Nothing they do. Nothing. Cause always cherry picking. Title letter, secretary under oath, schedules under oath, title page, and letter from Secretary of State. Hold on, y'all. I'm pulling up the 1820 shit, but she on the National Archive site. I'm going beyond her because I'm looking for the actual documents, and she on the National Archive site dealing with the 1820 census. Hold on 1 second. Pull up what she get. See, man, they be, yeah, damn, bro. Like, do y'all not know how to fucking source shit? We got to do all that shit for y'all, and you can't even see her dumb ass slide. But up here in this part of her shit, bro, it tell you the 1820 census reported the number of foreigners, not naturalized, in each household. The 1830 census supported the number of aliens, foreigners not naturalized, in each household. For example, the 1820 census for the such and such county, Cayuga County, Ohio, reported that the household included aliens. Y'all hear my fingers picking? That's only because I'm trying to pull that shit up. I'm gonna let her go.
1820, there were no foreigners on any census. So what we're seeing is the first thing.
Time out. Let me delete some of this shit. 1, 2, 3. 1820. Okay, so let me share this real quick. Who was counted on the 1820 census? Look, this is the 1820 census records. Who was counted? Who was counted? The law required that every person whose usual place of abode should be in a family. On August 7, 1820 should be returned to such family and the name of every person on such inhabitant of the district, yada, 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 yada. What does the 1820 census look like? It says right here, numbers are not, look, what questions did the census ask? That's why I'm bringing it up. So here you go, y'all. Let's see if we can get the document to pull up. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, yeah, y'all looking. All right. So here we go. Make it big. This is what all of this said. This even had slaves on here. It even had free colored persons on here. All other persons except Indians not taxed. So we know what questions was asked because the questions have changed. In each census, they add more shit. So what's her point in trying to bring up foreigners and all of that old shit? Look at that. I wanted to bring that up on there so y'all see. Right up under the white people. Now we got to go back and listen to what she said again and see if it's true. Because this is on the census. This is the census. And this is where foreigners not naturalized is on the census. Listen to what she said again. God damn, I feel like I'm teaching census class. And I don't even like this shit.
1820, there were no foreigners on any census.
Pause. She said in 1820, there were no foreigners on no census. So let's see if we can go find a census in 1820 with foreigners on it. Foreigners on here once, foreigners on here twice. What the other foreign at? Hold on, y'all. Persons prayer shall be forfeitures, former United States, yada yada yada. Let me find our word. Let me zoom out. All right, so let's confirm that. Were there any foreigners on the 1820 census? The 1820 census built on the questions asked in 1810. The age questions were the same, except the addition of 16 through 18 years of category of male. The number of free white males, females, respectively, yada, yada, yada. The number of male, female slave, respectively. The number of free persons. The number of foreigners not naturalized. The number of persons, including such and such and such and such. Okay, so now we can go find 1820 census. And let me find an image of it. Give me a second. Because she said that they were not on there. So we got to go find a census. Let me see if it's a pull up for me. I'm trying to download this thing and see if it pull up for us, y'all. So just give me a minute. Nah, this page ain't helpful. White males, white females. This don't show me the whole census, bro. $18.20 census. What you got right here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This cursive handwriting some trash. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find us. But look. There you go. It's in there. It's on the census. It's on the census. It's on this particular census. There's not a number there in that column right there. But it's right here on this particular census. And this particular census, it ain't telling me what state. It's giving us an example. But I'm gonna leave this on the screen real quick. Let me try to go to a different place and pull that up. Because there's one that has it, but we can't read it because it's fucked up. The whole thing fucked up. What up? What up? Not a coincidence said he be home soon. Number of free persons, immigration, number of immigrants not naturalized. Oh, hold on. I got one that's from a genealogy site, but I ain't got no login for that. It's on Family Tree or some shit. Let me see if it'll pull up. I'm trying to see. All right, so no, I don't want to subscribe to this bullshit. All right, so right here on this one, it says number of foreigners not naturalized. And you scroll down right here, and this is there's 3. So this one has 3 on it. Hold on. Let me make something right. Hold up. If this has 3, I hope it ain't this column right here. It might be this column, this first one. Either one of these columns, I don't give a damn. They're showing people in both of these columns. So it's number of foreigners not naturalized, number of something engaged in agriculture. Is line 2. All right, I'm going with this first one. So there's 3 people that are foreign and not naturalized right here. I'm gonna take that because I don't want to say all these other people because that's got some either age of 40, and I hope it ain't motherfucking immigrants. But it's right there. She said they did not exist. So we found a census, like I said, we found a census in 1820 that had foreigners on the motherfucker. We probably can find some more. We probably can. It's just tedious work, but we can find it. Is this beneficial to us right now? Let me see. The 1820 Chakatay. Nah, you gotta pay for this shit. I ain't paying for that. Fuck out of here. But she said it wasn't none, and we found some. So let's move on. That's the point. That's the important part.
So what we're seeing is the first inclusion is in 1820, They did not say where they were from. They only had foreigners not naturalized to be checked at the bottom. So on those censuses, you would see everybody as far as where they're from or living at the certain time, but then they would check at the bottom if there were foreigners not naturalized or anything. In 1830, the citizenship advised it, and we would see aliens, foreigners not naturalized, and this was only applicable to white persons included. So I went and got the National Archives to see what they're saying.
All right, so y'all, everybody, I showed this to y'all before a long time ago. Not a coincidence when he was beating them up on the census shit a long time ago. And you remember I was showing y'all how we knew how many free people of color was in the US during particular times and how that number began to grow. Right? I had to send this particular document to Cujo, big of Virginia. When I sent it to Cujo, he was like, okay, cool, because he had needed this data. So again, National Archives and Records Administrator, African Americans in the federal census, right? African Americans in the federal census from 1790 to 1930. Okay, and I'm gonna bring up the other document. All right. In 1930. I'm trying to see if I can remember that. I have to try to find the other one because y'all don't know what I did to my computer, but I didn't wipe my computer out by accident. So all my documents I had stashed at somewhere else. But I did send this to Cujo, and I think I emailed Cujo. If I didn't email it, I put it somewhere. Oh shit, it's in my backups. All right, I know where it's at. Just take me forever to get to it, but I know where it's at. Hold on, let me get the map. Census map of 1790 to 1930. All right, let me show y'all this first one because shit, it'll take me forever to look that way. So this is the same document that she got on her screen. Okay, we got the same document that we see on the screen. All right, same document. Let's see what she got to say. Bam, pause. Okay, so right here, this don't make sense. This don't make sense to anybody. Let's see if we can make it make sense. Slaves in the 1790 through 1840 census, no notation of slave by name, age, sex, or origination appears. The census lists slaves statistically under the owner's name. Now, when we pulled up the previous census and we looked at Schedule 2, Schedule 2 showed you, right? It says slave owners. It didn't say slave names. It said slave owners. I gave you the example. Let's go back. I gave you the example of Khalil being an enumerator, and he was speaking to Akili, and Akili told him that he had 30 slaves. Do y'all not remember me just saying this shit? And she turned right around to propagate what? Say it again real slow for the people in the back. We're going to listen to you. We're going to listen to you good this time, I promise. We're going to listen to you. Whoa, 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 whoa. It doesn't say that. It doesn't. Oh, my bad. Y'all didn't hear that shit. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. Hold on. Y'all gotta hear this. Y'all got to hear this shit.
Associated with African Americans. We can see here they're going in and showing as far as the black and mulatto that is in the 1790 to 1840 census. But here, when we see slaves from 1790 to 1840, it says there's no notation of a slave by name, age, sex, or orientation appears. The census lists the slave statistically under the owner's name. So if you're seeing a person on the census from 1790 to 1840 under their name, they're automatically free. They're not slaves, even if they're black or mulatto.
Okay, now y'all heard her. So why does it say free African Americans in 1790 to 1840 census? It says enumerated with the remainder of the free population, blacks B, mulatto M, indicates the race of the head of the household. Other members of the household were listed in age brackets by sex. Census for 1790 and 1810 lists free non-whites in category titled all other free persons. We saw that. When we looked at the census, it said all other free persons. There is no distinction made between free blacks and Native Americans not on a reservation. The census of 1820 and 1840 listed people of color separately. She just went here and made her own. Sister, where the fuck does this say this on this document? That you just came out the side of your face and just said that. Where?
1840 under their name, they're automatically free. They're not slaves, even if
it don't say nothing about somebody being automatically free. Nowhere in this document. Nowhere in this document does it say that people was automatically free. She didn't even read the document. This is what I mean by cherry picking. She sit here and did this shit. Look what it says. Let's deal with it. This whole shit is about African Americans. The federal government conducts a census every 10 years, blah, 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 blah. Federal population schedules from 1790 to 1840. Only the heads of free households appear in these records. All others include slaves are noted statistically under the head of household or reported owner. Free African Americans in 1790 to 1840 censuses enumerated with the remainder of the free population. Black, mulatto indicates the race head of household. Other members of the household were listed in age brackets. By sex, census for 1790 and 1810 lists free non-whites in category titled all other free persons. There is no distinction made between free blacks and Native Americans not on a reservation. The census of 1820 and 1840 lists people of color separately. Slaves in the 1790 and 1840 census, no notation of slave by name, age, sex, or origination appears. This census lists slaves statistically under the owner's name. The federal population schedules are 1850 and 60 are different. This goes back to my point, y'all. It goes back to my point. How the hell did she come to the conclusion? How did she come to this conclusion? According to what data got her to this conclusion?
There's no notation of a slave by name, age, sex, or orientation appears. The census lists the slave statistically under the owner's name. So if you're seeing a person on the census from 1790 to 1840 under their name, they're automatically free. They're not slaves, even if they're black or mulatto.
They're automatically free if they're not slaves. Where is she getting this, bro? Where is she getting this? Where is she getting this? Damon Stoudemire's coaching college basketball. I didn't know that. K-State. No, not K-State, somewhere. All right, so real quick, let me try to pull up this 1340. Hold tight, y'all. Give me 1 second. I need to try to see if I can pull up. I gave it to him in the back chat. Y'all can rock with me. Let me see if I can find it this way. Yeah. We ain't playing with these fools. We ain't playing with these fools. One of these shows right here got it on there. Let me try to see if I can find an article, the Aboriginal retreat out of Africa, pre-Columbus enslavement. I had to find it somewhere. It's in one of these videos. If I get lucky, click on the right video, because I don't feel like clicking on video after video after video. The use of Negro referring to phenotype of skin, Aboriginal movements, 1960s. How to misrepresent sources, diary, the mound builders. One of these shows we did, not a coincidence. I had that shit on there, man. I can't even remember which one. I'm about to give up. Did this dumbass dude make the assertion? What do you got? I got critical thinking shit up here. Nope, it wasn't him. Hey, look, man, I ain't gonna find it. I mean, I can, but I ain't got time. I don't want to waste y'all time. So let's listen to some more of this dumb shit.
So here I have the first enumeration act of 1790.
Dulcie, would you mind repeating that again, please?
Yeah.
Just so that way people can connect the dots when I actually show the technology. Can you repeat that again, please?
Yeah, so from 1790 to 1840, there were no slaves denoted by name, sex, origination, birthplace, any of that on the census. They would be noted only under the slave owner.
Hey, y'all. I think somebody already said it in the chat. But y'all said the name of the show is the 1850 hoax. So why does 1790 to 1840 matter when the focus is on what is listed on the census in 1850? That's what you're refuting. But your argument is so poor. You're providing the evidence that supports not a coincidence's position when he showed you what he showed you in your argument. I don't think that they understand that. I'm trying to see if nope, this one it was 17. I think I'm getting close to it. But they I mean, it makes no sense. Like, why you sitting here and you talking about that? It doesn't make sense. You're supposed to be refuting not a coincidence, and the whole motherfucking time you done skipped over 1850. They feel confident about this shit.
1840, under their name, they're automatically free. They're not slaves, even if they're black or mulatto. So here I have the first enumeration act of 1790.
Dulcie,
Yeah.
would you mind repeating that again, please?
Yeah.
Just so that way people can connect the dots when I actually show the technology. Can you repeat that again, please?
Yeah, so from 1790 to 1840, there were no slaves denoted by name, sex, origination, birthplace, any of that on the census. They would be noted only under the slave owner's name. So that means if you see a black person in a 1790 census to an 1840 census, they were free, and
they were not free. You just read the goddamn census that said on the fucking census the people had the fucking slaves, bro. How they free? We just had the fucking census up where it showed everything. Listen, man. My apologies, but I just can't do stupid. Just can't do stupid. I can't do stupid because I done showed y'all this shit before. I can't do stupid. Slave population of the United States. Aggregated number, the number of slaves in the United States in 1850 was 3,204,313. The number in each of the states at this and every previous census will be found in the following tables. Slave population of the United States from 1790, 1800, 1810, 1820, 1830, 1840, 1850. Ladies and gentlemen, the statistical data is sitting right here. So, who the fuck is these people if they slaves? We already know the whites is free. The census is telling us that. Free whites, free whites, free whites, free whites. We went through this data before. This is one of the sources that I showed people. Black and mulatto. We went through this before. They made clear distinctions. Free black mulattoes total. Slaves, black mulattoes total, slave and free blacks mulattoes, ratio of mulattoes to 100 blacks, free, slave, and total. They give us the statistical data. It's done already. What are we talking about? She said that everybody between 1790 to 1840 wasn't listed on the census by name or no otherwise, and they were all free people. I'm getting real close to my source that I had up there before. Because y'all remember when I showed y'all shit like this? You remember this? Huh? Look at this. 1790, 1800, 1810, the racial categorization, the first decimal census of 1790 was a reflection of Article 1, Section 2 of the newly ratified U.S. Constitution. Recorded race, data on race were recorded via numerator observation and for many more censuses. They got the free whites, free all other peoples, slaves. They got all of this. What are we talking about? Don't worry, I ain't done. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like I'm about to pop that screw real quick. Real quick. Just leave that. I'm gonna leave that on the screen for a second because I'm feeling good. I'm in the spot where I need to be. Almost. I'm almost where I need to be. But for her to sit there and say that with such confidence was a clear indication that she had no idea of what she's talking about because it told, hold on, let me see. 1790 to 1840 slaves on the census. This motherfucker gonna take us to 1930. We just came off that source. So how could she tell us, right, that all other peoples was free? Who was free? I got to pull up a keynote document, so I may have to unshare and reshare in a minute. So just bear with me, because there's something that I got to pull up that's on the keynote. And I'm going to put it on the screen when it uploads. Look, statistics of slaves, number of slaves in the United States in the original and added area, slaveholding families, number of white persons directly or indirectly connected with slaveholding, ratio of slaves to white, value of slaves. You zoom in, it get them a little bit more specific. You know what I'm saying? There you go over here. They got your ass under here is Negro population right over here on the right hand side. There's nothing to play with here. We got the data. Let me see if this keynote shit popped up. All right, so let me share a keynote real quick. Let me unshare, reshare. We'll come back to the dumbass shit. Bottom kitten got on his motherfucking channel, thinking that he was gonna have some goddamn leverage or something. While he was over there on that girl to just say anything, and then she started making up stuff, getting away from the source. All right, so African Americans in the federal census from 1790 to 1930. Oops, hold on. Yeah, that's right. All right, so the federal government conducts a census every 10 years. Federal government constitution stipulated that slaves were counted as 3/5 of a resident for tax purposes and the apportionment of the House of Representatives. The first steps in your genealogical research: gather data on your immediate family, names, dates, places of residence, the person's connection to the federal government. Did he or she serve in the military? Did he or she work for a federal agency? Interview older family members. Organize information. Once done, census records are the first federal records you should consult for genealogical research. Start with the most recent census and work backwards. Most recent census is 1930. 1940 census opens April 2nd, 2012. Proceed down each decade, 1920, 1910, 1900, and so on. Find ancestors and record all information provided. This is telling you what to do, right? Some aspects of African Americans in the census differs from that of other groups, particularly before 1870. This is due to the enslaved status of the majority of the Black population. What? Y'all don't see this as full screen? Hell nah, y'all don't see this as full screen. Hold on. Fuck, y'all don't see this as full screen. What about now? I'm trying to see if y'all can see it at full screen. It shouldn't have nothing on the side. But if not, oh well. Limitations specific to African Americans. During slavery, the federal census did not list the names of slaves. What? During slavery, they didn't list the names of slaves, although there were rare instances where a first name is provided by the owner. Since most blacks were enslaved in the decades prior to 1870, the names of the majority of African Americans were not recorded in the census before that year. Free African Americans were documented. Free black households were listed according to the same terms used for white households. Only the name of the head of household is given, while other family members are simply enumerated by age and sex. Free blacks were designated as B, mulatto M, or colored. Here's an example, ladies and gentlemen, of the federal population schedules from 1790 to 1840. Only heads of free households are listed in records for these years. All other members, including slaves, are not noted numerically. Here's an example on the screen. Can you not see it? I know YouTube is behind, so I'm trying to let YouTube catch up. Let me know if y'all can see the new screen I done went on to. I'm trying, I can't. Okay, Bear said it's clear. I done skipped some of these slides, so yeah, there you go. All right, there we go. It's a big ass delay. Damn, delay bad enough. On this screen right here, ladies and gentlemen, we can see right here. So what's she talking about? She told us, she said they ain't got the name, so that means that all the other people on the census were free people. No, they knew how many free people it was because they counted the free people. That was the point of me showing y'all this, is for the simple fact that she lied. They counted the free people and they knew how many people were fucking slaves. They knew that. We showed you an example of the censuses that had fucking slaves on there, bro. What are we talking about? These two censuses introduced separate slave schedules and free schedules in 1850 and 1860. This is why not a coincidence came up and said on the 1850 census, you know, the one y'all saying is a goddamn hoax. So what a hoax at? We got all the evidence. What a hoax at? We're gonna take it all the way there. We're gonna take it all the way there. They do not actually list the name of slaves, except on rare occasions. They exist only for historical slave states, including Delaware. So you have Alabama, Arkansas, Delaware, District of Columbia, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, Missouri, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia. I need to know if y'all can see this. Can y'all see this? I done went on to the next slide. I don't know why it ain't showing y'all the next slide, bro. This mug can't be that far behind. Let me see. Let me see what it's saying. Yep. Okay, so it's a delay in the screen share process. So hold on. Let me do it this way. Okay, so now y'all can see it when I do that. So hold on. Did I forget how to use Keynote? All right, let me see if it come up now. I ain't used Keynote in so long. Can y'all see that example? I should have moved. This is a powerful. Yeah, hold on, my bad. There we go. So right here, we're looking at a slave schedule, 1860 in Fauquier County, whatever the hell you say, how you pronounce that, Virginia. It's got the owner, it's got Tom the slave. You know what I'm saying? They're giving us the examples of what the shit at. Look at this one, Schedule 2 at the beginning of it. Remember, I showed y'all earlier in 1850 it had Schedule 2. Where is the hoax? What the hoax at? It don't stop there. It lists the name, age, sex, place of birth, color, each person in the household, lists those that's married within a year, lists those in school within a year, literacy of those over 20. List whether the person is deaf, dumb, blind, insane, idiotic, a pauper, or a convict. I showed y'all that shit. Free schedule for District of Columbia. Another example. Look, and it say black, mulatto, 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 black, mulatto. Say it right there. It got first and last name of them people. 1860 though. In 1860. Nah, Public Enemy, I don't, bro. But when you got a female present information and she fucking it up, and then they just letting it rock out instead of correcting her and saying, nah, that's not actually what it's saying. It's saying this right here, so we can't really do that. You know what I mean? Here go another example. Schedule 1 inhabitants in Georgetown, 1870. These are just examples of such. We ain't got to go beyond that. We got the examples. We don't have to play no games. So let me minimize this bull jump. Stop sharing. Let's get back to the business. Motherfucker called us fake West Africans, bro.
We're not slaves.
Can we get some flames in the chat? Can we make sure that we get an understanding? We don't want to go over nobody's head, right? Because it's sad that we got to come out here and teach people who are trying to use the colonizers' work. All right. So run it one more time. Fuck it. Run it back one more time.
Right.
I don't think I heard that right. I just want to make sure I heard it right as well. But my bad.
Yeah, no problem. So from 1790 to 1840 census, there are going to be no slaves that are denoted by name, by sex, by age, color, or their origination or place of birth, because they would only be denoted as under their slave owner's name. So when you see any...
Okay, so you just admitted, so they wouldn't be listed on there. They would only be under their slave owners' names. You just said it. Under their slave owners' names. This is from 1790 to 1840. Then watch what you do.
Anyone's name in any census from 1790 to 1840, you automatically know that they were free and they were not a slave.
It don't say that nowhere on no documentation that they were automatically free and that they were no slaves. You just said the word slave before you said that. How do you mess this up? How? How do you mess it up? You just said slave. Listen to her again, since they wanted her to repeat it. Listen.
We don't want to go over nobody's head, right? Because it's sad.
We don't want to go over nobody's head, bro. We comprehend real well. We don't want to go over nobody's head, bro. Nobody here, bro. Talk to us.
We got to come out here and teach people.
Yeah, teach me.
Who are trying to use the colonizers' work.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. So run it one more time. Fuck it. Run it back one more time.
Right.
I don't think I
One
heard
One
that
more.
right. I just want to make sure I heard it right as well. But my bad.
Yeah, no problem. So from 1790 to 1840 census, there are going to be no slaves that are denoted by name, by sex, by age, color, or their origination or place of birth, because they would only be denoted as under their slave owner.
Say it again. Say it again. And this how dumb these niggas are. She said they won't be listed as X, Y, and Z. And then she says because they're only going to be listed under their slave owners' names. What in the holy fuck? And then she turns around and says what she says.
Run it one more time. Fuck it. Run it back one more time.
Right.
I don't think I heard that right. I just want to make sure I heard it right as well. But my bad.
Yeah, no problem. So from 1790 to 18.
I've drawn the conclusion that everybody that is listening to this heifer on this show and those that are instigating her to reread this don't comprehend shit. There's a big ass comprehension problem in this bitch because she is clearly telling us why they're not listed. After when she identifies it, she explains why they're not listed. And we sitting here like, oh, whoa. Well, not us, but whoa, run that back. I want you to tell him again. Oh, country ass Texas nigga don't know what the fuck he talking about, bro. Run it back. Run that back. We don't want to talk over nobody. Hey, we don't want to talk over nobody. Hey. Run it back, nigga.
1840 census, there are going to be no slaves that are denoted by name, by sex, by age, color, or their origination or place of birth, because they would only be denoted as under their slave owner's name. So when you see...
So they would only be denoted under their slave owners' names. That's what you said, that they would only be denoted under their slave owners' names. So why did you say this?
Anyone's name in any census from 1790 to 1840, you automatically know that they were free and they were not a slave.
And it don't say that on no source. Nothing she read said any of that. She made it up. Because she just explained to us why the slaves don't show up on the census. She did. Did she not? Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Did she not just tell us why they don't show up on the fucking census from 1790 to 1840? Did she not? Am I slow? She told us. She said because they show up under the name. So let me take y'all here to the statistical data that I've shown before, and I needed to pull this up. Because right here shows black enslaved population of the United States from 1790 to 1880. We want to stop in 1840. Look at that. In 1840, there were 2.8 million either free or slaves. There were 386,000 total free people at that time that were either black or enslaved prior. But the overall slave population was 2.4 million at that time in 1840. But she just told us that all the people were free. So how the fuck do we got 2.4 million slaves? How, bro? How? There were almost 700,000 slaves in the U.S. in 1790, which equated to approximately 18% of the total population of roughly 1 in every 6 people. What we talking about? The transatlantic slave trade began in the early 16th century when Portuguese and Spanish forcefully brought captured African slaves to the New World. What are we doing? What are we doing? We ain't making shit up. This map right here is a legit map. This is the measuring race and ethnicity across the decades from 1790 to 2010. This ain't nothing that we're making up. We ain't making it up. And it's got slaves, and free colored persons. Listen, it wasn't free colored persons in 1790 or 1810. It wasn't free colored person in 1800. But in 1820, that's when the free colored people show up. And I don't know why I couldn't say that. And slaves. So what are we talking about? And we watch the transition over time. We go from slaves to free colored persons to black to black mulatto to Negro or of Negro descent to black denoting Negro in the early 1900s, and then it goes from Negro and black, it stays at Negro all the way up into fucking the late 90s Negro, when they start calling us black or Negro, and then they start saying black, African, American, yada, 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 yada shit, when they put on this shit. But we called ourselves Africans prior to 1870. We got all of that. But the way the race and the ethnicity was looking at shit. Come on, and they knew Negro and black were denotations of people of African descent. That's why they did that. But we ain't got to sit here and keep playing this game and, fuck all that. Fuck all that. This is how I know people don't read, man. This girl clearly said at the beginning why you don't see slaves on the census, and then turned around and said, and that means all the people they was free. Hold on. I can't go through this stupidity by myself. You at home now, not a coincidence? Hell yeah, Teddy. Hell yeah, I'm going to drive the point home. That's the end of the conversation. It's the end of the conversation, bro. Just listen to it. It's the end.
On the census, they would be noted only under the slave owner's name. So that means if you see a black person in a 1790, 1840 under their name, they're automatically free. They're not slaves, even if they're black or mulatto.
Now you made it up, but go ahead.
So here I have the first Enumeration Act of 1790.
Dulcie, would you mind repeating that again, please?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just so that way people can connect the dots when I actually show the technology. Can you repeat that again, please?
Yeah, so from 1790 to 1840, there were no slaves denoted by name, sex, origination, birthplace, any of that on the census. They would be noted only under the slave owner's name. So that means if you see a black person in a 1790 census to an 1840 census, they were free and they were not slaves.
Can we get some flames in the chat? We want to make sure that we get an understanding. We don't want to go over nobody's head, right? Because it's sad that we got to come out here and teach people who are trying to use the colonizers' work. All right. So run it one more time. Fuck it. Run it back one more time.
Right.
I don't think I heard that right. I just want to make sure I heard it right as well. But my bad.
Yeah, no problem. So from 1790 to 1840 census, there are going to be no slaves that are denoted by name, by sex, by age, color, or their origination or place of birth, because they would only be denoted as under their slave owner's name. So when you see anyone's name in any census from 1790 to 1840, you automatically know that they were free and they were not a slave.
Automatically, she said you automatically know that they were free and they were not a slave. So why do we have a slave population from 1790 up until 1880 and statistical data of that? If they were free, how the hell did we get this slave population? Where did these 2.3 million motherfuckers that was slave come from? That was blacks. Where did it come from? There is a clear problem with comprehension in this motherfucker. What up, NAC?
What's good, Sean? What's good? You can hear me?
Yeah, you sound clear. Would you on your new microphone?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you getting your studio on? Okay.
You know. But yeah, they all messed up with this one, man. I don't want to interrupt you. Good.
No, fuck that. Interrupt. I was getting a headache.
Yeah, like they whole shit with I don't even know where to begin. But to start it off, they made about 3 lives about this conversation, but they still ain't getting nowhere. Like you pointed out, they keep going to the 1870. What does the 1870 have to do with 1850? Nothing. You didn't have to be a citizen to be on the census. All you had to do was be living in the area, and they counted you.
Nah, not a coincidence. You making it up.
Yeah, nothing in there said they said count all people. They ain't say just count the citizen.
Facts, and we showed it earlier.
Mm-hmm. So they wrong. Like they even count the slaves. That goes against because it's about representation for the states. They want to know how many people are living there, so they can get the right representatives in the House of Representatives. It has nothing to do with citizenship. That's the whole thing. Since 1790 till now, you do not have to be a citizen to be on the census. I don't know where they get that from.
Interesting. So, why do they think that because the slaves don't show up between 1790 and 1840 on the census, that there were no slaves?
Yeah, I don't know. Another thing, they think that every black person was a slave. They also lead them with that faulty premise too. So because now we see black people, it couldn't be slavery. No, that was never the story that every black person was a slave.
Nah, I never was because there was free blacks.
Yeah, that's never the story. Who was all the people from the Underground Railroad running and hiding among? Free white people? No, they're hiding among free black people. That's why they was able to get jobs and work while being fugitives. Because it's black communities. It's just I don't know. It's simple, bro. But yeah, you see they dancing all around 1850.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on this 1850 information.
Yeah, like I showed them because they keep leading with Africans couldn't be on the census till 1870. That's not what naturalization is about. Right? You have people now who are what you call immigrants. They don't have the rights of citizens, right? So like habeas corpus, you have the right to be produced in front of a judge within 72 hours. They don't have those particular rights, so they can get sent to detention centers and be held there. But meanwhile, they was on the census. They was counted. So it's not it's about the naturalization of the act is about rights, not the census.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You want to show your shit?
Nah, I don't got nothing pulled up yet. I want to hear this part. This part I kind of
All right.
Yo, hold on. You still got the video? Because I tried to go look at the video. It was private for me.
It is private, but I got the video.
Oh, okay.
Hey, listen. I clicked on it. It was private on my cell phone. It came up black.
Yeah.
It still do it on your cell phone. But I got the
Tried it
video.
on my computer and I couldn't get it.
Oh yeah? I don't know how I'm watching it, but I got it. So
He probably, you know what happened? He probably he unprivated it and you clicked on it. So I bet if you click off of it, which you don't do that, you probably can't get it back. You still got it open. That's why.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna do it on my phone. Let me see. This bastard. Bro, this dude is the worst. You talk about trash. This nigga. Oh shit.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh shit. If I click the fuck off,
don't do it.
I froze. Damn. Hold on. I'm looking at me. I'm froze on that bitch. Yeah, that shit say this video is private. It say that shit. Not a C. It say that shit.
I told you.
This video is private.
He called Win. Like what you make the video for? You did a whole 2-3 hour presentation to put it on private so nobody could see it.
Yo, this nigga made the video private. Hold up. Let me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know I froze up on everybody. So I want everybody to Sha son in the building. Hold on, Sha. I'm freezing up again. I'm gonna let you on here in a minute. Oh yeah. So I did it again. Same shit. Video private, nigga.
He probably seen the first 10 minutes is like, nah, I can't do it. Sean freestyling. He about to go in. Nah, let me get this out of here. But he just makes himself look bad. You supposed to be the king of lectures, and you taking down lectures.
Yeah, nigga trash, yo. Hold on, Sha. I'm finna let you on, yo. Give me a second.
That video was supposed to be the one that ended the conversation. That's how they was talking. They're gonna be able to remove the Africans from that video.
Bro.
Yeah, you still frozen.
Yeah, I know I am. Hold on. I see your screen. I'm trying to come in the other way. Nope, that ain't work. I should have logged in on Kofi shit. I got your screen though, don't I?
Oh yeah, it's up.
Okay, all right, cool. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna come back in just so I can get Sha on.
Yeah, get Sha on here because he was there for the whole thing.
Yo, there you
go.
All right, go ahead, because I'm mad at y'all.
Okay, I'll be right back. Go ahead.
What you mad at, Sha? Before I go into it,
because did y'all see this debacle last night? Did you see?
I was watching some of it. Yeah, I seen it.
I was disgusted, Mac.
Top Catz had the worst part.
I was commenting on y'all posts. I don't know if it went through because I was put like, yo, y'all gotta see this, yo.
Yeah, I was watching, but I'm blocked over there. I can't say nothing.
All right, so the Africa. Did you see the Africa, like the whole Costa Rica Africa? Did you see that?
Yeah.
That was the point they was trying to drive home.
Yeah, there's different places called Africa.
Different places called Africa.
What Africa? And you seen like when they was putting Nigeria and these other places in there. And, in 1850, these places they wasn't recognized as countries.
They wasn't even called. That's what I said to them. I went on another show.
The area still might have had those names, but there was no, as we know today, Nigeria.
There was only one place considered Africa by the 1800s. Like one place, that we would know, like as far as like the continent over there on that continent, there was no Africa, Costa Rica, if I'm not mistaken. That doesn't exist in the 17th.
It doesn't exist until Africans come over there.
Right. So that's why I was like, why is he driving this home? Why is he trying this?
Like he even said Africa Town. Africa Town isn't around till 1860. So why would you be looking for Africa Town on the 1850 census? Right? He's talking about Africa Town, Georgia.
Yeah, I was pissed because
I actually did that. They
This is
tried
what
to
we waited for. I'm like, yo, I know this wasn't your angle, Swordfish. This couldn't
Sean,
have
you hear
been.
me? They was looking for Africa Town, Georgia, right? In Spalding, Georgia, on the 1850 census. It didn't exist in 18. So why would you find it in 1850? You can't.
This nigga's dumb.
They have no like. They just jump around. But like, look, this is the 1850 census. This is what started the whole conversation because they kept showing that 1870 Naturalization Act and Africans wasn't citizens, so they can't be on the census. So I showed them that we have a bunch of Africans on the census. Uh, well, any black person you find on the census is African, but not every black person was obviously born in Africa. We have people of African descent born in America, as you see us here today. But like, so originally they messed my link up and they was pointing out it was white people born in Africa. Well, so what? But these are all different black people who say they was born in Africa. We can click on them and we can just look. And they even have children, right? Like this person, Thomas C. Wilson. Right, this is the 1850 census, Massachusetts, and we see clearly Thomas here with his family, right? And he was born in Africa. His wife was born in Massachusetts, and his kids was born in Massachusetts. Um, could he have been a slave? Possibly. Um, he could have ran away as soon as he got here. He could have done a lot of things, but he's free now in 1850. I don't see what the point is. And he's black. And his kids are mulatto because obviously his wife was mixed.
The point is we don't know what Africa they talking about.
Yeah.
In the 1800s. That's what it is. Is this Costa Rica Africa, Georgia Africa?
Yeah, my bad. I'm here. I'm out of phone call. But it's like with these, like what more can you say? We have black people who like the census taker didn't just come and put this here. They told them this.
I told them that, Nick. I said y'all would have an argument if it said that everybody was born in Africa. But there's people on there that's not born in Africa. So you would have to explain why these particular people have Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like if the numerator came by and just put Africa for everybody, I would give them a little leeway. Like, all right, well, maybe it was just assuming, but they didn't do that. So it's clearly showing that they had some specifics of these people, whether through conversation or you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, like we have this black female, Eli Benedict, female black. She's 96. She was born in 1754 in Africa. She's living in Georgia now.
Most of the people I found in like South Carolina, Georgia, like that was born in Africa, most of them was born in like the 1700s.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
most of
because
them
we
on
have
the list.
the 1807, 1808 abolishment of the slave trade. So you see less Africans coming over. You'll still find people who was born after that saying they was born in Africa and America. Well, we know we have the illegal slave trade. We know about the Amistad. We know about the Clotilda, but there's plenty others that we don't know about. Like they had the West African Squadron. They was set up outside of West Africa, trying to stop any boats that was leaving the continent with African slaves. Well, they say they only caught about 1%, or I don't know if it's 1% or 10%. One of those of the boats that actually left. So we know the trade was continuing on illegally. And like here, you see Eli Benedict, they all have the same name. So Matilda could be her daughter, and her daughter had children, and now they're living in Georgia in 1850. This is not a hard thing to understand, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But even with that, I've been telling them for the longest, like there's more offspring than it is people brought here from Africa. You get what I'm saying? Like the original people, like which makes sense. Like you're gonna get more kids that say born in America, or you know what I'm saying, than it is those people from Africa. I
Yo, shop.
believe.
Yo, shop. If you got a plantation with originally with 10 men and 10 women, and they're enslaved, what you think will naturally happen?
Yeah, they just gonna keep reproducing.
No. Just naturally, they're gonna have sex, right?
Yeah. I
We're
ain't want
we're
to say that on your channel. I ain't-
It's cool. It's cool. We're we like that. We've been like that, bro. That's how populations grow and develop. It's
right,
natural,
right.
right? It ain't just us. Just sit back, go look at nature. You know what I'm saying? If you go observe nature, you see the cows. You could tell at what rapid pace that the cows actually have. You know what I mean? Offspring, dogs. When a female come in heat, she flags a male dog, right? What I mean by flagging is she lifts her tail up, and you know what I'm saying. And it's open sesame. And he go in. He know he can smell it. He can taste it. He can feel it. He get erect. He go on up in there. Next thing you know, she got 9 coming out. My point is naturally, bro. That's what we were. You know, we have the ability to do is reproduce. All living things, we have the ability to reproduce. So if you put us on a plantation, 10 people, or if you have 20 people and they're isolated, they're going to have offspring. Those offspring are going to have offspring, and then those offspring are going to have offspring. So now we're at this point where we can have the development of population growth, because like I showed in the census, you know what I'm saying? By 1840, there was 2.4 million enslaved people. And we know we ain't dependent on a population that was just decimated by diseases and other things. So yeah, them niggas is cooked. Go ahead, Nalasi. What up, True?
Yeah, they just in straight denial. That's all, bro. Like here, we see a family, the grandmother who's 70, was born in Africa, and her descendants born in Louisiana. And like Sean was pointing out, and the Shah, you know, we reproduce. We can see from this one African how many um, people came from her.
Halito.
True story.
Shalom, Halito, Habari, Ghani, Hotep.
Hey man, we're dealing with the 1850 census.
What about it? Catch me up real quick,
They
please.
said it was a hoax.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's a hoax because you can find people that was born in Africa on the 1850 census.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Well, to add on to it, they say because of the 1870 Naturalization Act, Africans can be citizens until 1870, so they're not on the census because only citizens can be on the census.
Citizens was accounting for the people.
Yeah, the census counts for the people, not just the citizens.
So what about all those Irish immigrants who were born in Ireland, who were on the census?
And she even talked about that there was a section in the earlier census for if you was foreign born or not. So why they had these foreign born people on the census?
Okay, so but the point would be that there was nobody African at the time of 1850. Is that what it is?
Yeah. And another point was that there's different places called Africa. So how?
Whoa.
Yeah.
What do you mean different places called Africa?
Well, you know they had Africa Town.
Okay.
It could have been Africa, Georgia. They was talking about.
It could have been Africville, Canada. Yeah, sure, but they have ways of designating it as well. That's not it either. They would know if it was Africville or Africa Town, right?
Yeah, and this is 1850. Africa Town comes in when? True story.
Africa Town comes in later because this is supposed to be after the slave trade, right?
Yeah. So look. So
Right.
why would Africa Town be on the 1850 when it wasn't even around in 1850?
I mean, I'm just playing along if you're being
Nah, I
honest.
know, me
But
too. But this is their logic, though. They actually spend time pointing out that, oh, look, Africa Town, Georgia is not on this 1850 census.
okay,
Meanwhile,
so but why Africa Town?
because it's
Because
just another. Because they try to, they're trying to say that these people who saying they was born in Africa could really be black Indians born in America. Look, we have
wow.
Africa
Okay.
Town, Georgia. So it could
So
be
when they're saying they were born in Africa, what they were saying they were born in that town in Georgia.
in Georgia, yeah,
Interesting.
possibly. That's what they're trying.
So
to
and that's what they always been. So why was the town named Africa Town after Indians?
Yeah, that no,
Okay.
yeah, no. He went into the whole Cujo Lewis and
No, I'm just trying to understand if that's the case, then why would they name it Africa Town?
yeah, that's a good question. But they're gonna come with they was indoctrinated. The church.
No, but they didn't name it Africa Town. It was partially them, but it was more because those were where Africans were. But yeah. So it wasn't like, hey, I need you to put Africa Town on your maps. This is where we Indian Africans are. I mean, are we clear on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have places all around the country named Little Harlem. Those aren't really Harlem. We understand that? You got Little Harlem, probably in every state. I bet you got a Little Harlem, or what was formerly known as that. But so now the census? So what records are people? You guys have been doing a great job for months now. But what records are acceptable to be used?
So it was these same records.
Aha!
It
So now
was.
got a shifting of the paradigm again, right?
Yeah.
So now censuses are out. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So those shouldn't be in any more conversations about Walter Plecker and all these other stuff because all those are out. Right?
I mean, yeah, that would make sense.
Okay, so now we're getting back to what the people say. So now you say grandma says, well, here is grandma, so forth on saying what it was. Who's closer to the truth? Grandma or grandma's great 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 grandma? Now, grandma's great 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 and grandmama era, like we've been saying, you guys point out, they was Africans. They was calling themselves Africans. They said African descent in the earliest documents. So that argument that you're having now was already had. Well, all we Africans, and then some people say no, then they have it in the documents in the first lines, African descent. We're going to dead that and cover that right there. Why? Because they were born in Charleston and Memphis and wherever else. So they descend. They said it. Beautiful word, right? Cleared it all up. Then, I mean, we have people, I'm sure you guys have read it, been saying it for the longest. Well, okay, here's something that'll put it into a time context where you can see the struggle with this. And it's through political and how these names, like you say, are political names, blah, 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 blah. African or American. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
You see the organizations. This is the key, Sean. I mean, you got all the documents. People got to go slow with this. You see it. They're naming them African Lodge, African Church, African this, African that. Right? Clear. Okay, so the fair question is, what did it change from? Why it changed? And blah, 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 blah. Those is one. Okay, fine. So that's addressed by, once again, the mission statement changed. Because now they are fighting, check this out, against the American Colonization Society. Which idea was to send who to Africa? Was it everybody?
No.
Right. So who was it? It was the free black people, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so what you see is now a subtext of a struggle, which we never, this is one of the big injustices, never, ever, ever learned about. Well, wait a minute. Black folks was fighting over whether to stay or go back to Africa. We never, ever learned about this. Especially during the Revolutionary War we did, or during this period we're talking about in the 1820s and 30s. So now we can point out the same arguments in the 2020s that people having. Okay, this is the root of it. Well, what they say? Okay, we are African descent. Why? Because your ass was born in Charleston, your grandmama was born over there, or your mama was born over there in Ashanti, Yoruba land, and all that good shit. Yeah, you still seeing, this is what people don't get, you're still seeing Africans being taken off of boats. Are people not unaware? Like, this is not like they're living during a period where at the docks, Baltimore and Charleston and New York and New Orleans and all this, Negroes are still getting brought in, legally and illegally. They see that. So anyway, this fight about African or American, you see it take place, and so they fight against the American Colonization Society. We did so much to point out, well, here is exactly where you can find the root of it. You find it in their Negro conventions. Because Black folks, whether in Tennessee, New York, wherever else, got together and elected a state representative, yes, to go to these things. It was two or three of them, in fact. So now they all go. We got reps from each state of the free Black population who was aware with the enslaved Black population because they families, so they can represent and speak to both. Right? Okay, fine. So they have things called committees. All this other stuff you attribute to just white folks was doing, our people was doing. And they have the minutes and the subgroups that they elect, committees to handle, whether it's education, whether to stay or to go, what we call, all of those things are in there, and they argue about it. So what happens? The American Colonization Society becomes who we are fighting against. I pointed out, because what was our first newspaper? That's right, Freedom's Journal.
Yeah, the Freedom Journal.
And so what you'll find out is, well, why did it close? What happened to it? Well, guys, because there was a fight in the Black community. And guess what? John Brown Rushworm, one of the founders, what did he do? That's right. He went with the American Colonization Society. That's why he had Maryland in Africa, which became part of Liberia. Well, what did Samuel Cornish do? He said, we not going that route. We not messing with that ACS and all of them, because they just trying to get us up out of here. We have immigration instead of your colonization. So you see Cornish involved in the Haitian Immigration Society. The Black community is now struggling with this. Well, then, okay, well, some of y'all is going to go to Liberia. Others got a choice to go to Haiti. Nobody's talking about that. And some of us went to Haiti. But now the fight is the ACS, because their power, and you start to get money from the government to do this. And they find it's an ulterior motive to get rid of people. What has just happened around the 1830s? That's right. Nat Turner, who was Nat Turner enslaved? No, he was not. He was free. That's what you're going to say. So I know what you're going to say, Sean. Because listen, follow. Was Denmark Vesey enslaved?
No.
He was free. We see a pattern here about what free Black people are doing. And there are motivation for the enslaved that, well, I can be more on the slave because I can see it. Those niggas are free. So what you see, right, is out of those things. By the way, here's a little sidebar. 1831, I think, was not Turner, 1830, 31, somewhere around there, right? Before that's happening, guess what we're about to open up? Now they're going to say they know about this, and niggas ain't never know about it, NAC. The African College. The what? The African College. What was that? Right down the street from Yale University. That was supposed to be our Ivy League. What you just said, the African college. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. See how I get deep with Sean? Pause. Dun, 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 dun. Well, guess what stopped it? Something called that Nat Turner incident stopped it in Connecticut. New Haven didn't want to get down with that. Or you making this up? Well, guess what that was? In the minutes for the Negro Convention, because that's the people who plan to put it together. How we get back there? Speaking of records, Sean, okay, well, the census is out, just like we started this with. Okay, we got records of our own people, what they were saying, and what they were our own people, not no white man. And on top of that, so where'd the names change? Why y'all stop calling yourself Africans? Fair question. Fair question. All the Abros and all those listening, take this down. Fair question. Here's the answer, though. Go back to the Negro conventions. Why he keeps saying all this stuff? Because you have what did he say? The minutes.
Yeah, recorded.
Thank you, Sean. Because it ain't me saying it. I got it from somewhere. Guess what? Thank the good Lord, sorry, Sean, that they kept the minutes of what they was doing. Because, folks, what you will see, it was either 30, somewhere between 31 and 34, I forget the exact year. William Whipper, take the name now, folks. You'll hear it again. William Whipper. He's important up in New England. He had a grocery store, all type of stuff, influential black man. Suggests the name change of the organizations to things like colored and everything else. Why? To get away from that African thing, because they trying to set us up to go to Africa. This is what the Abos say. See, I told you, but you didn't listen to the beginning part. It was a political move. We were calling ourselves such. This is why it was suggested we change, because the ACS was doing this bullshit. And we African, but we ain't trying to get down with your go to Liberia thing. See the distinction?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We are not down. Once again, our first newspaper is what? The Freedom's Journal. That means we wrote and thought, and we had the transcripts and notes for ourselves. And I tell you that newspaper, which is our first, broke up. Why? Because this issue that people are talking about right now. Okay, so now we got that. So now you got color. So what do you see, Sean, and NAC? This is where you start to see the change, the organizations, and you get something called, Sean, I think you had it in one of your videos or whatever. Now you see when anti-slavery societies start to form for black people. Why? The focus becomes freeing our people who are enslaved.
Yeah.
Yep, that was the main focus.
That's when it shifts to, nah, we not trying to get down with all of that. Yes, we free. Yes, some of us want to go back to Africa, and we support that. Yet, most of us are what? Of African descent, and this is what they were saying, mama and them was buried here. Some of them grandparents fought in the Revolutionary War. For this country, may have been from Africa. They mamas may have been from Africa, but by this point, either African or African descent means that our focus is here as well as there. But if we're going to shift it to here, we got bigger issues. We're at home because uncle, mommy, whoever on that census is, who's not accounted for? The enslaved.
Right.
3/5 here, 1/5 here, sprinkle some here. So when we get to this playing this naming thing and all that, this is what people don't understand, and then they won't unless you read the materials. Like you can't believe, there's no way in hell. You can go get some pull quotes from somewhere or find some JSTOR where somebody wrote some paper on the opposition of one thing, and they can try to run with that, Sean. I'm sure you guys see that's what they do. But when you dig into the numbers like you're doing and scrolling through, and all of this is undeniable. So now you go and see those people that's accounted for. Well, okay, you got some free ones right there. Well, what were they saying? Did they say that we are a Chippewa?
Hell no.
Right. Because then they
wasn't
have to go back another level further and say, well, they was taught by the white man. Like, oh, now you moving it over here. You put out about 17 years worth of documents. Do you think there's not going to be any correlation? Those documents are fake. Oh, what you don't know about this is this, and this is this, and subterfuge. And if you stand on your head and view it this way, that's the right side the world was, because that's in line with all Olmec heads.
Yo, true. Can I address something real quick?
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
You got Kevin Russworm in the chat, right? Earlier he kept saying, because you see Africa on it, it has to be fake because you don't see them use other continents. Like, or what I'm showing here is a person saying their birthplace is Europe on the census. So yeah, they use continents. White people didn't always know exactly where they was born. They could have came over here real young. Who knows? But I ain't gonna tell his story. But he clearly says, Philip Faulkner says he was born in Europe. So now we got that out the way. We see Europe here. There's another person up here who says they was born in Europe.
Hey, Knack, these reconstructed.
Yeah, of course they're reconstructed.
Yeah.
Like that's
And
the crazy.
Wait, what Europe you talking about? California, Europe, Georgia, Europe? Like which one?
We got a whole thing right now. Granted, this is abroad, but there's a bunch of people that say Europe. So to see Africa is not a problem because we got white people who actually say they was born in Europe.
So is it the denial? Is it now that all the people who were enslaved, forget about whether they came on a boat or not, are all of those people abos?
I don't know. Because
right, so if the slave trade don't happen, here's my question: slave trade don't happen, fine. No boats, nothing, fine. So all them people on the plantations that they had, who was that?
Those were abos, brother.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear now. So them people is
abos. Praise the Lord, brother. Praise the Lord, brother Danny. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Come on, guys. Y'all can give it up a lot more than what y'all been doing. Praise the Lord.
Happy New
Year.
Year.
Brother. Thank you, brother.
What's going on, brother?
Good Lord.
What up, y'all? What up? What's good? What's good?
Kevin's mad. And now he's saying Chinese don't say Asia. They wasn't even letting Chinese people over here like that.
Hey, yo, fill me in because yesterday I was really excited to look at this show that Top Pseudo was producing yesterday, and then I got off work, and by the grace of the good Lord, the show was taken down. What happened?
No, it ain't taken down. It's made private, sir, and we still have it up. So I guess.
Yeah. Can I have it, please, Sean, so I can air him out?
If I send you the link, you
can't
see it.
Okay.
If I close
what is it about? Can you guys give me a little synopsis?
This is what it's about right here.
Mm-hmm.
These Africans, these black people, saying they was born in Africa on the census. So he's saying that's a hoax. Some of the reasons they gave. Some of the reasons they gave was we don't know what Africa they're talking about.
My God.
Also, only citizens can be on the census, and Africans didn't become citizens till 1870.
Oh my
Wait.
God.
Slow down. So there were Africans.
There were Africans.
Yeah, that's what that was another thing. Okay, so
It's over with.
Yeah, you gotta go real slow with me. I'm not as fast as you guys, so you gotta go slow with me.
when did these 1870 Africans get there? Yeah, exactly.
There you go, champ.
Yeah. Game over.
Yeah, I asked him that.
Contradicted
Like, where did they
yourself.
come from?
Yeah, where did they
Yeah, that's the
Dude,
question
all
I
right.
had, brother.
from a conversation
So,
that me and Top Catz had when I went to this channel, and then I did a live about it, and then they was talking about they was going to do a presentation. Then they finally did a presentation about it. So they upset that I came on his panel and showed Africans on the census when the whole like 3 hours they were saying there was no Africans on the census.
So, but I just want to be clear. At this point, though, census, more than one census. So censuses are out as far as a tool and a resource to point to, correct?
They have to be, yeah.
yes.
Okay, great. What
Yes.
I'm saying is, once again, this is get back, and I'm not going to go into no diatribe or long thing, but this is what I'm saying. Okay, that's got to be out. We still have documents of what the people said. That's fine. Take the censuses out. No, either way, let it go. Now what? Because they got to
So
go
now
for
he's
them,
gonna
and they
what
can't
they're
use
gonna
that
try
as
and
a
do.
source.
But what they'll do is try to convince you that those people were taught that. You see what I'm
You see
saying?
what I'm saying?
But this is what I'm trying to say. It's the same thing me and Sean was talking about. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. What they're doing is when we approach them on their panels, y'all hear me say it all the time. They're supposed to be the teachers, right? Would you agree with that true story?
Yeah.
Allegedly. Go ahead, brother.
Allegedly. But when you start asking them questions, what they'll start doing is asking you more questions than them teaching. It's all of a sudden teaching goes out the window and they start asking you a bunch of questions because they really don't want you to question them on what it is that they're teaching. Sounds confusing, but it's not.
No, it's
a deflect.
perfectly. It makes perfect sense because these are what I like to describe as Yorkian tactics. Some people are kind of younger, but this is what the Holy Tabernacles did, and before that, the Ansars used to do to the Sunni Muslims. But you guys may know as the Nuwabians used to do it on the street to people. Is you control the conversation by constantly asking questions, like you're saying, and you think they have a real squinty, spurious connection. You know what I'm saying? And you was now supposed to make sense of it. But why don't
what
this
they're
make
doing
sense?
now
You just made
is
it up.
they're now saying that the DNA tests are for recreational purposes only, right? They don't understand what that means. What that DNA test is saying when they mean recreational purposes is you can't submit an Ancestry, 23andMe, or any of these .com genetic tests into a legal dispute. You can't use those. They're going to go through their own geneticists where it hasn't been touched, or there's a good chance where it's not contaminated. So the recreational part they're talking about is the fact that you're discussing this with your family. That's it. That's all that's responding to.
Okay,
so you guys
Chris,
that's the new argument they coming with, y'all.
How about this then? It's not an argument. I submit for me personally. Now I can kick census out the whip, and I'm going to kick DNA out. This is going to shorten the argument. I can kick DNA out the whip as well. Now you got that. Now, what do you have? Because I still have what the people did
they were
and said
saying
for themselves.
Yes, that's game over.
This is what I'm saying. Let them. Okay, this is entertainment and this is fake. Okay, we don't got to use that in this conversation. Let's proceed.
Or genealogy.
Huh?
Or genealogy, because it's the same. Both of them work together. It's all about, you know what I mean? Putting the
right. Okay, Sean, kick that out the whip too, brother. No problem. Let's continue the conversation. You see how this works?
What did they say about themselves? What would they say?
What they thank you.
It's with this, like in the Supreme Court, the Cherokee freedmen were fighting for their rights, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the Cherokee to honor the treaty, but they're not
Mm-hmm.
fighting as natural Cherokees. They're fighting as African Cherokees because the 1887 treaty said that they were to give them land, and they are winning in court
67.
as Africans. Thank you,
There was
67. I'm sorry.
It was 65, 66. You got 67. Then they redo them in like 80 or something. I think something like that. But you're right. But either way,
Right,
you know
and
what? It's either
they're
I'm
fighting
gonna.
the Supreme Court as Africans,
Mhm.
not as Cherokee. Cherokee first. They're fighting as Africans first.
So
You
my
understand what I'm
simple question
saying?
is: Are we kicked the census, genealogy, and DNA out? Are we keeping court like law legislation? Yes or no? Because then we can deal with that.
Have to, because 80% of them are Moors at heart.
Keep going, friend.
Yeah, Moors at heart.
See,
So
now
we have,
it ain't
they
saying you
can't
know the
throw the law
game.
out. They can't throw the law out.
Right.
Praise the
Okay,
Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
we are keeping that. We'll keep for now, I guess, U.S. laws, but not the census. Yes.
That's crazy. You can't have one without the other, though, because the laws are going to always go back to the census. That's the problem,
or you
right
don't.
there.
Or you could say, okay, so now we want to address those laws that you just talked about and what they say. Is the word African in there? Yes, it
Yes.
is. How about
Yes.
African descent? Yes, it
Yes.
is.
Yeah, because they don't use black or Negro. They say persons of African descent.
Oh, but in particular,
Yeah.
as they say, when they dealing with them their laws, the ones dealing with the Indians and who they had enslaved, that's where you find now, guess what? Them Africans. Remember that part?
That's true.
Huh?
Yeah, that's true.
In the laws, don't it say Africans and African descent?
Yep.
Thank
Even with the
you.
civilized tribes.
Thank you, Gullah. Thank you. So
What's
there go
happening,
your
everybody?
What up,
Africans in
Gullah?
the
What up, Gullah?
law.
What up, Gullah?
What's up, everybody?
There go your Africans in the law. They was enslaved by Indians. Maybe that's why you can't find them nowhere else. Lord have mercy.
Hey, Gullah, I'm gonna need you to come with that presentation. He back over
That's
there going at the Gullahs again, talking about they
what
was
they
Aboriginals. Just giving you a heads up.
what they say in the treaties in 1866. They use African descent.
Right,
Absolutely.
brother. You see,
African.
you see them two words right there. And they say, I try to tell. Ask Gullah. That's it. When they keep hollering Africans, it's like you don't understand African descent. It is in laws. It is what the people called it. It is what is around because they knew the difference between quote unquote African, listen to me, and African descent. So what we are you African? Yeah, but I'm of African descent.
I got a
Well,
question
if they
for
weren't
y'all, real
Africans,
quick.
who are the Africans? Who are they talking about on the American Colonization Act? Who are they talking about on there? Going back to Africa. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I said, man, they logic is flawed. You know what I'm saying? It's
Well,
real
I
flawed.
will tell you this. When Prince Hall, Mason Illuminati, get your
Oh, don't
papers and
bring
pens
that
ready,
up.
says this thing, and not just calls it the African Lodge when they call themselves Africans. And wanting to go where? Back to their home of Africa. Then what? That's in the Boston legislation. It's called the Boston Plan, if people want to go and look it up. Now what? He was Illuminati and the Mason.
Truth.
See?
Truth.
Yes, sir.
What year was that Boston plan? I don't
Was it
believe you.
1778? Somewhere around there, maybe? I'm getting old, fella.
1778. When was the first census? 1790?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I'll leave that there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, brother. There you go. And prior to this, you got Benjamin Banneker. Anybody ever slow it down and just, I know Sean and probably did, because you heard me say this for a million. Yeah, if you slow that shit down, you see what all the tricks is. Did anybody ever look at the cover besides that nappy head man on the cover? Did he say he was African?
Yeah,
Right around the same time,
He
ain't
ain't
it?
say that.
he said
Huh?
it.
Oh, okay.
He African.
He always said
Okay.
he was African.
Okay.
And letters and everything.
And around the same damn time. You want a picture of what an African look like? Well, god damn it, they go a curly haired nigga right there. But it has nothing to deal with the Africa part because this fight that we're having, well, you need to go back to Africa. Well, they already had that fight, man. This is what I'm trying to tell people. Like, you think niggas, you the first smart niggas to come up with this, oh, you need to go back to Africa line? They was arguing themselves because some of them was like, listen, I know my grandmom and them from Africa, but I don't know nothing about nobody's jungle.
Yeah.
Huh? Y'all with me?
Yeah, fact.
They was saying that in the 1820s, my nigga. Like, what you talking about? Boy, I'm from Philadelphia. I'm from goddamn Charleston. And these backwoods, you talking about I'm gonna go to somebody's Africa. Nigga, you hear the stories? Do you see them niggas getting off the boat? Huh?
Well, should we start asking them where are the people saying that they're Aboriginal at in the 1790s, in the
Been doing that
1800s?
Well, homie, I've been doing that for 5, 6. At Rob Bourne, been screaming it from the
Yeah.
mountains. Where are the people? This is why I said. Now you see what we've been saying. Where we have nothing but people saying it for themselves. What do you have?
Even the black people amongst the Indians say that they of African descent.
Well, they
say they're African. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
This is their argument that the Rockefellers invested money into the black communities to teach and
Oh
distort.
my God!
Wait, hold on.
Where we get the slave narratives and shit. That's what they say.
That's not
okay.
Wait a minute. Say what?
But listen,
say what?
Here's the problem. The slave narratives were narratives that existed before Rockefeller.
Facts.
Okay, so that's gonna knock Rockefeller out, and then you're gonna say it's systematic. Okay, then we can ride. You see, when you understand and know, like you're gonna walk back into the abolitionists, and you're gonna say, "Well, if you were smart and you want to attack this, say, well, the abolitionists were behind some of these blah 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 blahs and pushing these things," and you're right, and then we can deal with that. But then you have to then account for things like Equiano.
Slow down, Truth.
You see what I'm saying? Like we
Truth,
can,
slow
if you
down,
want to
bro.
get into what it is, yeah, let's run there. You're gonna
like
run into a wall.
I feel like you missed a crucial piece, brother.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Abolitionists, right? But we can just deal with the black abolitionist papers. Ain't there over like what 8 volumes of them? Maybe I think it's more than 8. But we could just deal with.
But then you're gonna have to deal with. Okay, this is gonna be fun. This is 2024. Luckily, I got all the smart Negroes besides my other two savages running around there somewhere on one panel. This is awesome. So now, before we do that, let's go back even further. Because before the abolitionists, they're gonna say who? That's right, NAC. They're gonna yell Quakers. Well, then go back to those meetings. In this, what was it, 1687? You probably find the first one where they begin to talk about this and see where it comes from. Do you think it was from some humanitarian right? No. You don't understand how we're all connected, and it was what was going on in the Caribbean with revolts in St. John, Barbados, and other place that's causing the Quakers to say, hold up, we don't need all these, here come this word, Africans.
Facts.
Over here. Why? Because there's Germanic peoples and they are craftsmen. They don't need as many of those Africans over here in you see it to this day. The Amish is making all that shit for themselves, ain't they? All them Dutch descended people, ain't they? Yes. Pennsylvania Dutch making cheese with a wooden stick or some shit to this day. Don't need as many Africans. This was the motivation. It wasn't nothing other than self-preservation because they didn't want to have what was happening in the Caribbean happen amongst them. So when they try to say it's humanitarian reasons, you don't think that black folks have been pushing this at the Quakers? You think these half-cocked Negroes are the first ones to say, well, the Quakers is it? Well, Negro people in academia have been pressing us to the Quakers from the beginning. Wait a minute, you're taking the wrong approach. Like you are some humanitarian savior of the Negroes, and you did it strictly for God's good purpose. Bullshit. Anybody follow me yet? Like these things are not
Yeah,
new
it's
arguments. They are.
it's almost it's
Go
like
ahead.
you can't get really around it. But should we be doing a presentation on that Yorkian, that Dr. Malachi York, how he was one of the ones running around with this Aboriginal Moorish nonsense? Because maybe if we start doing a presentation on that, they'll people who are new to this following, they'll say, "Yo, we don't want nothing to do with this," because the
What's the
origin
motivation,
of it
Chris?
is Malachi York.
Let's get
What's
to
the
it because it gets
motivation?
down to real simple. Of okay, then they see anybody. What's the motivation? Okay, now all of us have said we Indian. Then what?
Nothing.
No,
You
because
still
it's
lost your
something. It's
land.
something
You
they
still
just not
got
telling you this.
dominated.
It's something, but they're not telling you. Anybody else? Come on, y'all know it.
What
Y'all
they want
just
to do,
don't.
like the Hebrews do, and marry white women? I don't know. Shit,
No,
tell
no.
me.
Go ahead. Come on, y'all. Come on.
I'm trying to think where you're going with it. I don't
To
Yeah,
understand.
you
create
know
this
you're gonna show us.
narrative
I
and make
said.
this
See,
brand
We're
Reparations,
now
hell
organized.
reparations.
Now what?
see the reparations.
Okay, there you go,
Oh,
champ.
I thought about
Now,
that. Oh, I
what?
thought about
Well,
that.
that's what I said. Reparations.
Right,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is now what they don't want to say outright, because this is what the Moors did and the other ones did as well, is once we can do this, then we can go get our rights because we can say we are what? Them people that they did all this stuff to. We can go get our what? Get our land back.
Bro, we can get our listen. That's bullshit. Not what you're saying. You're right what they're trying to fight for. But what they have done is misconstrue history. Like, and
No,
it starts
that
with the freedmen. It starts with the freedmen.
mhm.
They want to be the people. They want to be the people by excluding the African freedmen who are still fighting in court today, based on
but
those treaties that were signed by the five
But
civilized
Chris,
tribes.
but Chris,
You see
you
what I'm
just
saying?
had it. But hold on, you just had it, and you went the other way with it. You just had it. Here's how he walked back, and you're gonna be like, "Yeah, I know this." Okay, well, so we're at Yorkian in this tactic. Did
Yeah.
York get it from himself? No, Sean. Where did York get it from?
Ah, shit. You want me to bring the picture up?
No, God damn it. Who you know I get on you the worst, nigga. Who did York get it from? Empress
Yeah.
Verdiachi?
Yeah.
Anybody what? Return of the Ancient Ones? Where you niggas been?
Wichita.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That one
Wichita.
and the first Dr. York.
Thank you. She was the ones was talking about the mound builders. She was the one also down Louisiana, Texas, trying to do all those things. This is when you guys were young. You heard about things. Now it's somebody down Louisiana. You go down there, they'll give you land. You just got to build on it. You niggas heard that when you were smaller. That's Empress Verdiachi. Yes. So that's going on and momentum from that. And York was good with taking the sugar factor from other people's organizations and melded it into his thing. So then you now got those mounds connected to the mounds out in Georgia, and it happened to be through Eatonton where he is. And the pyramid that he built was aligned, quote unquote, to this whatever intergalactic mumbo jumbo. That's right. I'm the scam god's teacher, brother. Yes, the Empress, Chris. You knew that. That's where the Moor part is, by the way, guys. They were renegade Moors from the Moor Sign Temple runoffs at that point, or sub branches at that point, that went with the Empress, and now boom. Because here's the other thing, NAC. This is why I'll teach you guys in this back chat. Look to the hats again. The Empress Verdiachi wear a fez?
You know it.
Thank you, Gullah, because Gullah know. Then did I not do numerous videos on telling you the secrets is the wear and the hat and the fez? Because the fez were fraternal orders, and that shit goes all the way back to the 1800s. Look at the people with the fezzes on. Sean, you getting a demerit, nigga. But you out here teaching these people. You supposed to tell them, like, God damn it, this is where all this nutty. Yeah, but that's not just York. York gets that particular angle from there. Then he makes one of those fake Mason fraternal orders off of that. Then somewhere near, he's starting to now be Chief Eagle Eye or whoever the hell he calls himself at that
Yeah,
point.
he has the same historical account as Noble Jew Ali. When it
I was
comes
just
to
about to
recreating.
say.
I wonder who exposed that. Dun, 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 dun. No.
Hey, I
Right,
feel you.
which
I
is,
feel
which
you,
is the
Sean.
same one as your boy, the first black magician dude.
Black Herman?
Yeah, Black Herman. Yeah. Black
Mm-hmm.
Herman.
It's a medicine show.
Same shit as Black Herman, yo.
Mm-hmm.
And where Timothy and Thomas Drew get it from?
Did what? Say it again?
Where did Timmy Drew get it from?
Brother, you could go way back. There are a number of people. There are even people going
What's the nigga
back
with the curl? What's the nigga with the curl? Forgot his name.
with the curl.
Yeah. The one who looked just like York.
Just like York?
Mm-hmm.
What timeline is this?
Well, yeah, where's that on the timeline? You gotta help me out.
He was before Ali. Noble Drew Ali. He was like around Blavatsky like type.
So you talking about Pasha Beverly?
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah,
Pasha
yeah.
Beverly Randolph with the
for his
Rosicrucians. Right.
Oh, wow.
And so this is where Blavatsky actually learned some of her stuff from. That's right, y'all. Black man who was also what, Gullah? The king of cannabis. The king, I said, of cannabis was a black man who started the Rosicrucians in America.
Don't be mixing cannabis and pseudo, bro.
Pseudo and high as a kite. He had like the Indianish wife too. I forgot to tell y'all. Maybe I'll do a video on this. They all had sidekick little Pocahontas chicks. That's where that came from. That was part of the switcheroo.
That's that shit Cat Williams was talking about.
Right, because when the magician does his tricks while he's doing that, he wants your eye somewhere else, don't he?
Danny, what was his name again?
Hey, Nat, you said you had Dum Dum's genealogy. You said you had her genealogy tree.
Oh, Dulcinea, yeah. I heard the tree.
Delusion, yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, I had to get at her. Yeah, let me get that.
All right.
Pasha Beverly.
Yeah, that's what I said. Pasha Beverly Randolph.
Yeah, you put it from Ancestry.com.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, she was lying. That's so sad.
That nigga looked just like
that's sad. That was sad.
Oh, but you got black people doing the Indian slam jam too. Say what?
What was the name of his book?
One of it is Sex Magic, and then the other one is some real you'll love it. Some
Whoa! I've been hearing my man Tahuti. I've been hearing my man Tahuti spit that out. That Sex Magic shit.
Keep the screen share, not to see him, him.
Yeah, Sex Magic. That's him.
Yeah, it's him.
Well, wait a minute. Y'all missing me for a minute.
No, bro, he's got
Who
more.
created that doctrine called Sex Magic?
Pasha Beverly
This
Randolph,
nigga, though.
black man.
Bro, my man be talking about that shit, breaking that shit down.
He's a
I'm just trying to say, why do y'all hate me so much? I've done at least 2 videos on this. I want to know why do y'all hate me, yo?
But no.
Because I put him on private. You ain't lying, girl. You got to be
Hold on. He put a problem right here.
Say what?
Look, he put a problem. He would later describe himself as being mixed with English, French, German, Native American, and African ancestry.
Yeah, and he's also from New York.
Black man.
Yes. Who was also, Sean, here's the other key. He was also a sailor. You'll find many of these people sailors. So what does that give them access to, guys?
Travel.
Thank you. So if you happen to go to Asia, which is opening up, and you see things like Hindus, yoga, and all these other things. Anybody following?
Yeah, you bring that shit back.
You bring it back.
Thank you. And then niggas ain't never seen it before. You
can lie to them and say, you created this. I got this from Africa or Asia, which borders Africa. Come up with all these pseudo doctrines.
Part of Black Herman.
Look at where he's from, though. He was born where, though?
New York. Come on, brother. Come on now. You know I know. Yeah.
He was born in the conscious community. Holy shit, true story.
The original 125th.
But you have
He was the
Black
first
Herman.
Woke-topian. He was the first Woke-topian, bro.
Facts. Wait. Am I gonna give him that?
On the corner with the bullhorn.
Okay, close, Sean. For the moment, Sean, I will give you that. There was somebody probably in Philly who was probably before him, but for the moment, I'll give you that.
Okay, all right, because he 1825, you know.
Yeah, I know. Right, yeah, I got you. Yeah. I'm gonna give you that. I'm not gonna argue at the moment.
Oh shit, the video is not available no more, motherfuckers. Look.
Is he listening on front right now?
I don't want to rope, man. I told you that was gonna happen.
Yo, we had the whole video, yo. It was playing. I never changed it, bro. Oh, I know why I went private. You remember when I restarted my shit? I lost it.
Oh. Yeah, when you fell off.
Now he got me thinking was popped up. Yeah, he might have been. Damn. Good one.
Yeah, so y'all know we ain't lying, yo. The video is private, yo. My goddamn computer fucked it up, y'all. My bad.
No biggie.
At the end of the day, you sit on all of these things just waiting. Okay, we're gonna throw everything the white man say. Let's throw that completely out the window in the conversation. Can we do that? And then we go, yeah. Guess what you sitting with, guys? You sitting with a library full of stuff that you have done. Anybody following yet?
Yeah.
You got all of your shit. Why? Like, what they got? Okay, that's all the white man. No, ain't nothing here. This is why we call it the Hall of Justice. That's just one place. Ain't nothing here by him. So now you're going to have to go to, well, he was taught by the white man. Well, do you want to say that the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts main objective before Negroes was engines? Why is that not mentioned? Did anybody ever bother looking on one of the covers? Just type, you could Google it right now, Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts. And if you go to the covers, it ain't just a Negro face on there, it's the engines. And guess what? They know the distinction between the two. Can somebody please explain that one? Oh, that's what I thought. We'll go slow though.
I thought all the books had a distinguished. I think every author put a distinguish before the between the two. It's just that they choose not to read it. You know what I'm saying? And I think one of the keys that they do is, like you said, that controlling the conversation by constantly asking questions or answering questions with questions, or constantly saying things like, "What type of African you is?" and things like that somehow validates their stance as being Native Americans. Remember, excuse me, not Native Americans, American Indians. They call themselves American Indians, not Abos anymore. So now they're now moving. They're now moving the needle. Now they're shifting their mission statement here. They don't want to be called
Abos. Go a little bit slow,
Chris. They have like a split with that. The people on top of that side, they don't deal
before you go
with
that far. Here's the question, real simple. You said this word Indians. Where is India?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's in the Eastern Hemisphere.
Asia.
So are they from East Asia?
No.
So you did understand? You said so they're American Indians? Are they East Asians
That's
who came to America?
Listen, bro, I say the same thing. I'd be all like, why are you calling? None of the indigenous people ever called themselves Indians. That's not an indigenous term. And if you're a Kosati, I think we need to be holding them like, okay, man, produce your Kosati paperwork. Because 2 years ago, you were a Cherokee.
Wait, who's Versace?
Top Catz.
He's a
Kosati. He calls him
Yo, you fucking.
Well, I didn't hear what you said. You just said Versace.
He said Versace.
He said Versace.
No, he calls himself a Kosati Indian. A Kosati Indian.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, you're correct. So now he's not Cherokee no more.
He's
No, he's a
represented 5
Kosachi
different
Indian.
tribes in the last couple of years. I've seen him go from
Right. That's what I'm trying to
John
say.
Horse in Florida, and that got debunked live in Clubhouse. You got people. He was claiming a lineage that people was actually a part of it, and actually could prove it and did prove it in front of him. And he ran away for like 2 weeks, and they see him around, and he came back on some. Then he was a part of the log cabin Indians, and then he was some Cherokee shit, and then some goddamn shit out in Oklahoma, and the grandma got land. He done changed shit like 3, 4 times, bro. That's no lie.
Yeah.
They got to
I still
revamp.
got the video when he was on my channel. When he was on my channel talking about he was a Cherokee. So what I did was I pulled a picture of the Cherokee Indians up. It was and holding a slave. And I says, okay, who do you identify with in this picture? And next thing you know, he dropped the doctrine.
All right, I have a question. I'm sorry, you guys like. I'm a little slow.
You would make a good Abo true historian. You would make a great Abo. No.
Oh, my brother, I would make the king of the Abos. Please don't start. I know,
right?
Nigga will start converting, nigga. Don't know. You lucky I'm
I
on
know,
the good
right?
side.
Chief Ali will be put. Chief Ali will be put to sleep.
Yeah. Oh, in a
saying?
heartbeat, y'all. In a heartbeat.
Bro, I had a conversation with that dude. I'm like, man, Earth to Mars.
Wait, hold
That's all I
on.
walk away saying.
So if the Indians, what you're saying is in East Asia, why they keep going to Mexico?
That's a good point. Never thought about that.
Because they're trying to claim the what the fuck is that? The
Olmecs?
Yeah, but the civilizations that were founded there, because that would be the oldest for them to position themselves in a position to argue. Yet, we have all the bones and we have the biological makeup of these people that were there and predate them. So now they don't have an actual argument due to that evidence. So they have to use other things to try to prove legitimacy of who they are. And versus
Sean, back up. You said something important. You said they have the biological evidence. Is that what you just said?
Uh-huh.
What does that state?
Those people have no relationship with the people that are claiming the identity.
So what does it state that who those people may be?
Those people descend from people from Southern and East Asia.
Did anybody see what I just did there? Gully, anybody see the magic trick? Anybody in the chat just see the magic trick? No? Okay, that's why I'm here, y'all. You just said, Chris, American Indians, and I asked you where it was, and you said East Asia.
India.
Right?
Yeah.
East Asia, South Asia, whatever. Now, I asked why they keep going to Mexico, and Sean gave his whole great thing on it and went to the biology.
Oh, shit. Excellent point.
Which said that the biology of those Olmec people was where once again?
Southern and East Asia.
Did anybody see the magic trick now?
Yeah, it goes back to the point.
Where you at? Where y'all at? The niggas in the Pacific and in East Asia. They all over the place.
They're not in the Americas. They're in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
And then you go, well, how did those East Asians get here? Then you go, okay, welcome to what we've been trying to tell you. They came over something called the Bering Strait.
Exactly.
Does anybody see the magic? I just gave you how it was done.
They go, dum-dums.
Yeah, but they call them, what's the M word? What the fuck they call them?
Mongoloid.
Mongoloids. Yeah,
my brother. Now you playing the smart nigga stuff. You just told me that the biological record of them people was East and South Asia. How did they get to Mexico?
Bering Strait.
They branched off. Some went into North America, some went into South America.
Was it Pangea?
No.
Luzia was a black woman.
Okay. From Asia.
That like
talking about
said, it's gonna be a split.
and all that
Fuck with that shit. Some of them don't. Ain't no monolith for the Abo doctrine. Ain't like no consensus. Like it's a playbook, but that shit kind of you got different teams.
Gotta be when you can't even agree on the name. So now you are magically turned into East and Southern Asians. And the biological record says, in fact, the people who say that they're the Olmec descendants are from East and South Asia.
Right.
So earlier when you was going through all the stuff you could take off the table, as
Mhm.
far as census, boom, we still good. They would be at a more of a disadvantage, right?
Once
At this
again,
point,
what do they present? Give me one thing, please, besides grandma. Thanks.
absolutely, right? You feel me? That's why I hopped up because it's gonna get to a point you can take everything off the fucking table
Take
for real, and
Take
just
it.
have the fucking intangible culture, and you get that fucking body back.
Does anybody see us there? They see it. Like, what's the argument, guy? Okay, anything you got a problem with, take off. You gonna left be with grandma against this goddamn library right here. Of all niggas, you got grandma versus
So
all of
now,
these
so what
people
we're
been
forcing
writing
them
from
to
the
do,
1700s on.
that's a good point. You're forcing them to show us how they got here, in other words.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Once again,
saying,
They got an
show us your
argument for
culture.
that.
they'll say it's all
That makes
fake.
sense.
Depending on who we talk to, there's a couple of them that are going to argue that they come from out of the ground.
Aboriginal.
Oh, I love
Oh,
that. Give them
shit.
the mic. Please give them the mic.
Well, they
Yeah,
never
go ahead.
expound
Sit
on it.
quiet.
They just all they'll say is they came from the earth because they'll go to autochthonous from the soil, whatever that shit means.
And autochthonous is gonna take you back over to Asia some goddamn way.
Ain't he a Moor?
It's Roman or Greek mythology.
Well, check this out,
Ain't
Sean.
he a Moor?
But
Check this
yeah,
out, Sean.
not in the sense of you think it's a more, just description.
I don't even understand that.
And just
Hey,
description only.
NAC, check this out. So
More
now we're gonna go back to that biology thing there, which is indisputable, is that Homo sapiens sapien from the continent known as Africa. Okay, so that makes us humans that we know who we are. Excuse me, who are you? Because you're not human. Anybody follow that one?
They heterosapiens.
Anybody follow that one? Who
They
are you?
heterosapiens. They're heterosapiens.
What's that?
Is that? That's what they say. I'm not even making it up. I wish I was making that shit up.
Hetero sapien erected. What the fuck, bro? They just making shit up. Hetero sapien.
We know
I'm
for
not
a
even
fact
making it
Homo
up.
sapien is from Africa. So that make us us. We still good. Who are they?
There's no record of them.
They made up a species for real, bro.
There's no record of them.
They made up a whole header. Hold on, bro.
No, they'll be like, we're mankind. That's what they'll say. We're
the fuck
mankind.
is that? That's Homo sapien though.
Y'all are humans. We're mankind.
All right, bro. You ain't getting it. You ain't walking it.
Hetero sapien.
Yeah.
I ain't never heard that argument in my life.
Hetero sapien.
Power says
Y'all
that.
got me
The
fucked
word
up.
says it.
Oh,
They say
man.
that shit.
Hetero sapien. Mankind. Out the soil in North America.
Yeah.
Wow.
Say he been here. I've been trying to have that debate with him. That's what I want to debate him on. But when I pull up on his channel, he you know what I'm saying?
Nah, because you gonna fuck up the money, bro. You gonna fuck up the
Yeah.
bag.
He trying to trick everybody on how he so-called won a debate by never showing a goddamn source.
Hey, yeah, I'm really gonna do this social experiment, man, because I don't know, I'll be high enough for it. So fuck it, I might peep this shit because I've been seeing a pattern, yo. First of the month,
Yeah, that been
end
going
of the
around.
month. You're right. First of the month, end of the month, they gonna have these certain talking points or these fucking paid pay-per-views or lectures or whatever, man. And why? They get the fucking rent. These motherfuckers don't be bad. These motherfuckers bum as hell, bro.
Well,
All this shit is a fucking scam. It's a cash grab.
Well, it's from a model that is unfortunately how a lot of people have gotten quote unquote conscious, where you learn these things and somehow it's automatically related to some type of debate, as opposed to having things like, say, study groups and all those things where you work through the material before you decide to debate it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because you can stop a lot of frivolous debate if you have things like study groups and all these little groups and showing them reading and putting out books. And you get what I'm saying? You have arguments that you work
True.
out there before you then come to public. So if you didn't have debates, they could be more fruitful. But you learned what consciousness is through let me bullet point and learn something and go out and argue it.
You
Because
talk
that's the
about niggas that
culture
ain't
of
past the 10th
consciousness.
grade. They ain't
But no,
past
but
the
that's
10th
the
grade.
culture of consciousness. It's
I
not
feel you.
necessarily learning, it's getting bullet points so you can bang and get in the mix. Okay, I'm gonna join this team right here. So what it's because it's so heavily debate centric. That's what it is. What are the events associated with quote unquote consciousness? Debating. Not some crazy cool lecture or some I don't know, some type of, event, whatever. No, debates. Everybody. How much learning is getting done? You're learning how to fall into an echo chamber and how to fight in it.
That's it.
That's it. Oh, this is the Pan African echo chamber. I know how to fight them. African booty scratcher Tarzan white man taught you that. Go.
France Boaz.
Franz Boas and Melville Herskovitz.
Oh man. Oh
Nigga didn't
man.
know nothing about himself until Melville Herskovitz.
Mhm.
And you got people writing about who they from in their genealogy before he was even born.
You got Negroes writing Black history books. J.W.C. Pennington writes one in 1840, 44?
Mm-hmm.
Hello? What are you talking about? Black people had schools in the 1800s, their own schools.
He had to
What
free
are you
African
talking
society.
about? I just told you in the 1830s, Black people were trying to make something called the African College. Yeah, I
Oh,
know
I'm
some people
glad you
listening.
brought
Nigga,
that up.
go. I said it 15 times so somebody could go on Google and say he just talking shit. I told you it was up
Mhm.
by Yale University, and the only reason it didn't happen was because of the Nat Turner incident. I'll say it again. So what they talking about? Every
You got
one of the
fire.
churches that they shit on, guess what? Had a goddamn school associated with it. Hello?
It's the
What
boule.
they talking about?
The boule. That's gonna be the backseat of the Abo class response.
Can you officially survive illiterate in a literate society?
What was that?
I'll say it again. You the smart niggas. It is a literate society and you are illiterate. Are you well tooled for survival?
Mm,
No, you need help.
Thank you.
mm.
Oh, we ain't new to do that. We work by the labor of our hands. Yes, and our same parents was getting beat out of them goddamn lands because they couldn't read the goddamn contracts, nigga. Huh?
Hey, look,
Had you voting for Democrats because you couldn't read nothing and tell you this who you voting for.
hey, let me ask you a question, Truth. Why was it a law with the Black Code 1740? Why did that happen? We talking about
Black
cause and
codes.
effect shit.
Say what?
1740. We talking about cause and effect, right? So Nat Turner happened, the college in New Haven, Connecticut. Boom, that
Right.
didn't happen. We talking about black
Oh,
folks
40s,
being
you got
illiterate
what
and whatnot.
you got to get rid
1740.
of drums. 1740s, you got to get rid of drums. You got the
No,
burials. You had the number go
no
down from
loitering. Three or more in a group. Fuck out of
what
here
I
with
yeah.
that, right?
What I actually okay, go. Let's take it there. So this really comes into play. Before that, is you starting at 1712.
Okay.
So when you got 1712 revolt in New York that happens, one of the men that and this goes nationwide because obviously it's not America yet. So this is British colonial law that black men had to walk around with a candle to their face at nighttime so that white people could see them and who they were, or else you would be arrested and all these other type of cruel offenses, right? And so out of that also comes the number of people that allow at the funerals. And so you couldn't have a certain like a large amount of whatever. I think it was only I want to say 12 at the most. Was it 6 to carry and then 6 witnesses or something like that? And then they also banned drumming, because even before Stono, they were seeing that we communicating with those things. So yeah, those things come out of it, and like this loitering type of thing. This is why this whole thing to this day, they got this stigma about a certain amount of us in the group that goes all the way back to then. So yeah, that'll change, and then every type of revolt or incident we have, you'll see the laws start to switch and put more pressure on us. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And these revolts and whatnot is being taken place, being done, carried out, or planned by Africans and African descent people, man. And it's
So the
documented.
motivation, a lot of time in the incident in 12, I don't think 41, and then there's one in I want to say Charleston, early. But what happens is you have something, you'll look in the records and you'll see something called Spanish Negroes.
Mm-hmm.
And Spanish Negroes are basically people who were African descent who were free under Catholic reign, meaning it's from Spain or something like that, who were sailors, right? Who happened to get the boat gets pirated or whatever, and they then sold as slaves. So they already free people, mad as hell or whatever, and they begin to then push the people like, no, we're gonna revolt to get the fuck out of this. I'm not gonna be no slave. And so you'll see that happen. You know, because it's all interconnected. But yeah, it's wild shit, man. But either way, people don't address, speaking of these Spanish territories, things like Gaspar Yanga and Zumi and these other people. How do we account for them?
Oh, you're talking about Mexico. That's a fact.
I'll wait. How do we account for Gaspar Yanga? Yanga's stuff still exists to this day. How they get here from Africa? I'll wait. They came with the spider. That's how. Gotta tell them.
Nazi. Sean tell him. Shit, Sean tell him.
Most people don't know about that one right there. They don't know about that one. They don't know about that one.
I've been trying to tell her with the
fuck out of here. They come with the spider, nigga. Yeah. Nazi up in this motherfucker.
Right. So how did the spider get here?
Word.
So you got Gaspar Yanga and Zumi and all these other. How the hell did they get here?
I'm pointing to it. The African influence is how that motherfucker got here.
Gaspar Yanga got influenced from where? Who was influencing people back in the Yanga days? Cause Sean, you the smart nigga, bro. Can you please pull up Gaspar Yanga real quick, brother?
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
You know I'm getting a little bit old. I can't be what they say, remembering all this stuff.
Oh wow.
You like that, right?
Oh, my bad.
I try to be Negro ethnic when I talk to y'all.
Not to see what you doing.
You try to sound like a Bama.
Yeah.
I'm back here looking something up.
Right in the background playing Moncala.
That's the Yanga wiki page is lit.
But okay.
It got occupation revolutionary. That's fire. But go ahead.
Who was Gaspar Yanga?
Yeah, this nigga was a prophet, nigga.
Man, look, he up there as far as my top people, man.
Nah,
who is he? Can somebody read
he
that?
was an African who led the maroon colony of enslaved Africans in the highlands of Veracruz in Mexico. During the early period of Spanish colonial rule, he successfully resisted the Spanish attack on the colony in 1609, nigga.
Is Anthony Johnson in Virginia?
In 1609?
Yes. No.
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
No, he's like
Keep going, Free.
He died before Anthony Johnson came to Virginia.
Tell they go.
1609.
I know you've been
Talking about
quiet, ready to go.
1619 in Virginia. Shit. 1619 in Virginia.
How did an African to hell with? Now we getting personal. Negroes is going to Mexico. How did that African get to Mexico in 1609? I need answers.
That's the descendant of Abu Bakr.
He was on a ship.
Yeah,
he brought the gold tip spear, bro. Yeah.
Gaspar Yanga
Pause.
is who the Olmec head is. His father.
That's the Olmec head.
Yeah. His father. You know how they got Menkuri, Caffrey. What's the other one, Sean? Caffrey, Kufri, Caffrey, and Menkuri.
Yep.
The Olmec heads is Gaspar Yanga's grandfather. Boom.
Who was an African?
Who was?
But look how the Black History go around. Hey, yo, Sean, can you scroll down a little bit, please, to that next? Yeah. Spanish 1609 attack,
Yeah.
right? I don't see a specific date, but it is January, so you know we always do the Black History 365 and shit. You feel what I'm saying?
There you
So
go.
yeah, that's dope right there. About 550 Spanish troops to set out of Puebla. Okay, yeah, that's
He wasn't
okay.
playing either.
He was Angolan descent.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
whoa. Now
read
let's
more.
go
I knew
slow.
you was
Wait. Does that make sense to anyone?
I mean, yeah, because the first Africans to come over was from Central
Angola,
Africa.
yeah.
Okay, there you go. So when it
The
says
Spanish, with the
Angola,
Spanish.
we go, hey, is that some arbitrary thing, right? That's how
Nah,
we go
'cause
slow. Well, then we go and look. So what was going on in Angola in the 1600s?
In Zinganil.
No, but even before that, we got a relationship in the 1500s, don't we?
Yep.
So we know there's been a connection at least half a century, at the very least, earlier than that, but let's say half a century. And do the Spanish, listen closely, have force in Angola?
In the 15th century?
Ever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gullah and Sean, this is why you niggas stay getting kicked out of the class, even though you the two smartest niggas. The Spanish ain't never have no
you should
goddamn
know.
ports in West Africa, ever.
No.
not the Spanish.
When I say Spanish, I'm thinking of
The
Portuguese.
Nah, nigga, don't change it now. You know
I'm being for real, bro. I'm thinking Spanish, Portuguese.
I used to get that shit confused too. I used to get that shit confused too.
Well, you will be wrong too, Chris.
Like that. Spanish is gonna be Portuguese.
Well, the Portuguese did have ports in West Africa.
Yeah, I asked you the Spanish, and I told you to listen carefully, didn't I? Yes. So anyway, you got the Portuguese and the Dutch there, and that's when you got Nzinga. So we know that all that is going down, right? But now, well, how did Gaspar Yang and any of these other people come if the Portuguese ain't over here? Then you see where Asiento comes into play. Right? So then you see that, okay, there's something middle-ish taking place in between extraction from West Africa to America, because the Portuguese have influence primarily in Americas in where? God damn it. Where?
South America.
It's called Brazil, niggas.
Yeah, Brazil. Yeah.
Which was called what? This is what I teach the kids. This is how I make y'all all feel silly. Only this one right here, which is called what? Watch this, people in the chat. It's called New Portugal, because how I teach the kids is the distinction between the old world and the new world. Gullah knows the rest of this.
Well, you're dealing with the world
Portugal. You have
He's
New
dealing with the
Spain.
world.
You have New France. You have New England. You have New Netherlands. See, and all the kids go wild, and I make them go home and make their parents look silly. But so getting back to you niggas, Brazil was also called New Portugal. But the point I'm trying to say is, so that's where their main influence is. So how would he get to Mexico and all that? Is the Spanish have those, but they have the Asiento contracts where they get pecas or pieces from places like Angola and Congo. Right? That's how it happens. And you can get these people there, because they're going to ask you, well, how they get from Angola and all that stuff. But here you go, the answers. It's simple. Here it is. And then they have the records, Sean, and NAC and Chris, and you look at, it's two places in particular, the Casa de Indies and the Casa de la Contracción. One is for Spain and one is for Portugal.
Why the niggas is the same to me. Fact.
And those are what they call accounting houses. Today we call them accounting firms or something. So anyway, we no longer use this white man sources, as they say. We're still sitting in the library versus grandma. Now, mind you, in the library is about 100,000 or more grandmas now. Anybody see a disadvantage in why you're talking to idiots?
What if your grandma or your auntie or whatever the case may be, your elder in your family actually study Black history? Then all
Lord
of
have
this
mercy.
grandma shit is weird as hell. Cause that's
Mhm.
my background. That's where I'm coming from. So I'm like, what? All y'all niggas is weird.
Right.
Come on,
And they're
tell me.
going to tell you somehow all that was gathered around that good old church. And this is when Gullah and all you Bama ass niggas start looking at some of them
I'm
rituals.
Gullah. I'm not no Bama.
And you start to see, well, what was the distinction? Well, you'll learn in those AME churches, who was they fighting against? You niggas bringing that African, this is what Sean started to love, that African shit up in the church. So what does that mean? All that
Ring
Holy
shout,
Ghosting,
that
ring
extra
shout, and
clap.
dancing shit
Hmm.
was not something that was acceptable in the Methodist or the African Methodist tradition. Uh-oh, we got another fight amongst Black people where we can learn from. That's the fight. That's where the Africanness slowly starts to get peeled away. Because unfortunately, this church is the center of our community.
People playing revolts there and everything, man.
We shall overcome.
Yo, big up Motown. Big
Southside.
up Motown.
We shall
Sean,
overcome
it's my turn.
someday.
Sean, do me a favor while he's singing, or you can hum the rest if you want, brother. Could you pull up Prayer House?
Oh yeah, we're back to that.
Yes, Lord.
That's one they can't answer though. That's one they can never answer.
Man, listen. Hey, matter of fact, True, quit playing. Drop that YouTube link. Man, I'll find it. I just gotta think of the name. You
Of
already know what I'm
what?
talking about. The animal. Oh man, the brother, the Gullah shit,
With the
man.
turkey dance?
There we go. I thought I was gonna call it the deer. Turkey.
Yes,
Boom.
so we have this. Yeah, that's part of it. What they wanted, where it was dancing around the napkin as well.
Yeah,
That's like a small version. Well, they have it on
Why
even
is
on
it
Library of Congress. They
like a
have a
break,
group,
bro?
they do.
the Gullah Singers, I think,
Yeah,
and they do
yeah. McIntosh County. Come on, man. I talked
yeah,
to
yeah, yeah. There you
Go
go.
ahead,
They
go
do
playing,
the
man.
shuffles and everything. Yep.
Don't even. Go ahead, man. Yes, sir. Yes,
Like
So
sir.
you know,
how did them Gullah and other Bama slowfoot Negroes of the South start doing all this African stuff? Did the white man teach him that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Blue bottles and shit all through Gullahville and all that. Every goddamn threshold got powder in front of it. Did the white man teach him that?
Nope.
Absolutely not. They brought that culture with them, man.
Where did them Negroes get this thing?
They grandma, they
Mm,
great grandma from
mm.
Africa. So
Well, guess what's
Grandmama
in the
told her.
library as well? There's records of that in them narratives.
I mean, like, check it right. We be asking, cause now you don't fucked up, truth. Cause we be asking them for their culture and shit, right? They which never comes, but they want to ask
Never happened.
The African words and all this shit. But we got a whole Menday funeral song. Not even a. It's not just one anonymously, nothing like that. It's multiple occurrences throughout the Low Country, whether it be in Harris Neck, Georgia. Darien, Georgia, and all throughout them. See out St. Simon and whatnot,
See, this is
male
what
and
I'm saying,
female.
Gullah.
And the
You
documentary is called "The Language You Cry In," and
right,
it's
but
all
you the
documented.
one you start to get all smart. You acting like Chris and NAC them. Y'all get your
How?
schooling on and y'all get highfalutin. I don't operate that. I'm a little bit
I don't
slow,
even use words like falutin', bro. Stop it.
but I'm just saying I don't go like y'all two. Brother, banana. Where that
Exactly.
comes from?
Jive. That's that.
Gorilla.
Oh
Where
shit.
that comes
Yo.
from?
Y-O.
Goober. Where
Peanut.
that
Salt
comes
corn.
from?
Cuda. That's
How
Italian.
did they get here? How about jazz?
Juke.
Where did
Jive.
those things come from? How about hep? You think hip hop is the right time? Well, if you learn where hep comes from, you learn that
Mm.
there were hep cats who were the bebop people, but that hep still comes from somewhere because hep is a West African word. Let me slow down and say that hip hop, if you look at the origins of hep, is West African. How did that happen?
Uh-oh. The Africans came here.
Did they bring their languages with them, or
The
did
word hip is Wolof.
say what,
Wolof.
brother? Say it again.
Hippie. It's Wolof.
Did
It's
I
a
make
Wolof.
it up, brother? Am I lying trying to
No,
blackenize things?
And a
You're not
black man
lying.
documented it. Yeah, no.
Black
A
man
black
named
man
who?
Let me
documented.
give it to the people, bro.
Thank
God
you.
damn. In case
He's
they
a
think you
Larissa
lying, yo.
Lohan.
Look,
Thank you.
here's one word. West African Wolof language.
Oh shit.
Hepcat, derived from the West African Wolof language.
Mm-hmm.
Melanated just came from where they speak Wolof in the Gambia, Senegal area. The etymology is there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
That's why I like Sean, because then he pull us up. I know anybody who knows me by if it sounds fucking crazy, I always suggest you believe it. Okay? Now, just for that, did I lie? When I say hip hop and they ask us where the African is, I say, did you listen when you said hip hop? See how that works? Then before that, you looking at it at jazz, and you see that, right? But before that, we go to things like, how about conga? How about mambo?
Mm.
Huh? And we see, where's your culture? Where's the African culture? Well, I just said Congo and conga. Ricky Ricardo played the conga drums, and I said mambo. Huh? And if you look places, they got congas playing while a guy's on some stilts with the Moko Jumbe. Yeah, wait a minute, what?
Hold on, slow
How
down,
did
bro.
the
You can't.
African stuff get here?
You can't just go by Ricky Ricardo and I Love Lucy. Don't talk about Baba Lu. Come on, man. Why you?
Right, but what I'm
No,
trying
you
to
can't.
say
Nah,
is,
you said. I feel you. Yes, sir.
what I'm trying to say is, how did this African stuff get here, or did the white man just tell them melanated East Asian Negroes this?
Melanated East Asian. Out the mud, Kevin
Niggas is
Gates with
Melanindians.
out the mud, Kevin Gates with the feather, bruh. Oh man.
Nigga, you ain't never seen a jaguar. Nigga talk about this a fucking jaguar. Sit your silly ass down.
He never seen the jaguar. Oh man.
Yo, they be calling NAC all time of day. He be going there just as calm and peaceful. I hate that nigga. He's the devil. Fuck.
They hate me.
Get a drone.
Sean straight on demon time. They hate everything about Sean.
That said demon time. I can listen to. If you teaching some shit, bro, I can sit back and learn from you. But if you know some bullshit and not smell it, man, I ain't got time. This is over with. Nah, I'm fucking the whole show up. Fuck that.
Hey, look, I remember that one time Sean went in disguised as an Abbo, bro. Yo, that
shit was killing me. I changed my
bro.
profile and all that shit. I'm gonna show y'all my profile. I still got it up there.
Yo,
look,
like,
they let me on the panel.
They
let me on the
he
panel
was
with
trying to be.
This shit.
He was trying. Man,
I don't even know who this motherfucker is, bro. But they let me on with him.
and that's the starter kit Abbo pick right there.
Yeah,
you even
gonna
got
be
the
honest.
moon on the headband. Oh, I thought that was like
bro.
the crescent moon or something with the feathers.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I think it's them because they don't treat me that way. They nice to me.
You don't even be entertaining. Man, stop it, bro.
They nice to me, yo. No, it's that Rob Bourne they think is a demon as well as Chanel, but the Apple 5 community, they nice to me. It's you niggas.
Out of everybody, Seneb is the calmest, yo. It's like Seneb and then not a C type shit, man.
Right.
Me, I don't let I ain't.
That's because you people are not nice to them. You should be
nah,
nice to them.
because they the ops, bro. They call and tell pro, fuck all of them. Because I really be outside with the shit, bro. So yeah, I ain't got.
All right, you're gonna be on the Chris list in a minute. They got Chris running in hell.
Bro,
they burn
why
that
you,
nigga effigy like nightly. Shit.
Matter of fact, hey, look, check. Hey, yo, Chris, you ever get a chance? Just click on my profile, bro. My very first YouTube video was in response to these weirdo. This is 3, 4 years ago, fam. My very first video, Black Irish, beating
I'm
up top
trying to
But
say to you, don't be associated with Chris, son. Them albos is gonna get you. They hate that nigga.
no,
already.
look. But the thing
I
was,
bullshit.
when I was a Hebrew, I
Uh-huh.
hated Rob Warren. True story. I
What did
hated the
I do? I
motherfucker.
don't bother nobody.
I'm telling y'all right
Yeah,
now.
true story.
I
It's
just
like, yo,
hated him.
y'all
I like
somebody
because they did
lying.
the dagger to the Bible story. I like. I'm done. Bye. It's
I
over.
don't bother
Nothing,
nobody,
nothing to
Chris.
believe in here.
Proof. That's
I like.
bullshit.
Ain't nothing to
I've
believe
been
in here.
around too
No
long, bro.
Yahweh.
You,
Lee.
you done
What you
did
say,
some shit.
brother?
I'd have been around too long. You done did some shit, fam. You
I
made
don't.
the video. Does God got a wife? In response to the Negro Bruges I was calling them at the time, if I recall correctly. Yeah,
Listen, Sean and Nomi, just I had one thing. Like, I don't bother people when they talking points, and I've asked from the beginning, just stay out of two places. Just stay out of West Africa with that stuff, and don't bring black people
Right.
there involved in it. That's all I've asked from the beginning. And everybody was over in Kamisha and over in Asia and in Levant, and things was just as peaceful. But now, slowly but surely, I started to see that everybody had to have a way of how they ended up in Charleston and Augusta and all these places, right? And the only way that you can do that for your story to have some cohesive sense out of Nuttyville is you got to have a stint in West Africa, right? So all of the organizations start to use West Africa just as a launching pad of how they ended up in America, which shits on our culture and history once again. Hebrews do it, the Moors do it, now the Cometians do it. They find it Ankhs and Ashanti land and all.
Yeah.
For what? Just
Sati land.
right, just for justification of how you got here. So what does that say? That's saying that nowhere in this paradigm, me and Robert Bowen was talking about this earlier, none of these organizations told us about our West African history, and I mean none of them. Why is that?
West Africa was not a place to be looked at in good light. Shit, even you can kind of say even till right now too. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
but that's isn't that the 52 fake out when literally they took everything, including all the natural resources, to fuel the world as well as the people.
I mean, the people is the black gold. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, we all know the sayings. You can't have a computer without the parts from West Africa. You can't have this without
Absolutely.
West Africa. You can't get this without tungsten and tungstenite and cobalt and
Uh-huh.
Firestone companies and diamonds.
Rubber and all type of shit. Or did it? Yeah. So yeah.
People don't realize, like, I know people were younger, but do you realize that movie Blood Diamonds? Guess who was there? Those is your family members. How so? Well, who were the people who founded Sierra Leone?
Oh.
Niggas from down south.
Uh-oh.
So when you go and look at it that way, Blood Diamonds takes on a whole new look when you like, wait a minute, these people is legit like our family.
And that's why you hate Kanye a little more. Me, I hate Kanye a little bit more. How
I
you
don't.
making
I
sure?
want him to scream it from the mountaintops. I'm different from y'all. I appreciate that. All you niggas, so we can clearly identify what crazy is. So hopefully people learn. Now you going out there and look as stupid as this jackass if you want to. Go ahead. So now you got to live with Kanye just told you slavery was your choice, and you are now a Hebrew abo.
Mm-hmm. Because we ain't from Africa no more.
Right. You are the definition of woke, Kanye. Keep going. And you were also a bipolar mental patient. So what does that tell you where wokeism and believing that stems from?
Bipolar.
And your ass is crazy, is it not, Joe? Good old fashioned crazy.
Dissociative identity disorder.
Ooh, you've been learning from the white man. Keep going, brother.
Hey,
Damn.
don't sleep on the black psychologists, man.
No,
They
I
out
don't. Shout out to Amos Wilson. Shout out to Jawaza Kunjufu.
see talk, but man, listen.
Hakeem Mahabuti.
The black woman that told me that was a doctor, black psychologist. So yeah, big up Dr. Hines. Mm-hmm. Big old facts.
So once again, guys, we still sitting here with libraries, newspapers, organizations, conferences, meetings, minutes, buildings. What do they have? Right. You see?
Man, listen.
So be my guest and get rid of censuses and all the other stuff. That means Walter Plecker goes bye-bye. That means you saying, what was the word they used to
There's
use?
so much has happened
Misclassified?
before Walter Plecker. I don't even know why they use that nigga.
Yeah, 'cause that's so 1920s, bro. But yeah, fuck it. But that shit go bye bye.
Let
And
me
it's
show
more
y'all
violent.
something. Here y'all go. Y'all peeping how, I know Sean probably peeping this. Have you seen how Clyde Winters is so desperate? Hi, Clyde, if you're listening. Um, that
Petty.
now he's watching their videos. Look at his channel, and he's doing stuff off of what they talk about, trying to get some of the Abo Americans to him.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's why you different, bro.
Why?
You petty. You know why?
Duh. You
He
have
was on
no
a whole
idea. You
war
guys have
shit.
seen
This
soon.
nigga watching that's in your algorithm. I bet his shit come up in your newsfeed, bro. That's what's
What
so
I'm trying to tell you is way before you Negroes had internet accounts, I keep telling you, this is what
yeah.
was going on the internet in the 90s.
The origins of black pseudo, right? What this nigga?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. They've been doing this stuff since at least, no bullshit, I want to say 98, somewhere in there, 98. Bulletin boards is how they started.
Yeah.
And then it goes from there. You see what I'm saying? So from the bulletin boards, like I told you, and I gave them all to you, Egypt. So where's Guzman? He's good at all this. Egypt search and all those things. You'll see. This ain't new. So yes, Petty Murphy has been in existence way before you niggas probably logged on. How you think I felt, nigga? Before y'all even, most of y'all say, I heard about this shit. When you realize, wait a minute, these niggas is everybody black. You know what got me? I'll be honest. This was years and years of shit, over a quarter century ago. Goddamn Runoko Rashidi.
The
That's what
president.
put slow. I'm like, wait a minute, hold the fuck on. Now remember, I am the one who says Jay Rogers is one of my gods, and I still say it. So I'm fully aware of blackenizing things. But this nigga here, then I got learned about how you could just. This is when I learned from the good white people, Sean, or how they just. And Chris noticed too. Where you do words like influence and words like that to hide the fact that you. I'm saying that, but I'm not really saying it. This nigga Runoko Rashidi got everybody in Asia black. The goddamn Chinese dynasty.
They still kicking that shit, bro.
You can't read shit no more.
You went full A1 with that one, boy. I'm
You
black.
can't read shit no more. You're like, fuck it, I give up. I don't know where history is now.
You got
Then open the door for every pseudo in America.
Yo,
start getting Afrocentrism getting shit on, and it's a wrap.
I mean, it went from being super black pride, like, hold on, but goddamn, like, wait a minute, we did everything. Wait, hold the fuck up.
Wasn't nobody else on the planet but us.
Yeah, like we was the black Greeks, and I could tell you all about who Grimaldi, man, and what was it, the Shi dynasty? That's the first dynasty. I had the pictures of Damo and could show you Black Buddha and what?
You know, Buddha had curly hair,
Uh-huh.
and Runoko Rashidi show you the black people over there.
He said presence. He said influence. What did I tell you? Paul Mark Washington. What was his word? Phenotype. Lookership.
But shout out to his pops though, 'cause he was a real one, man. His pops was a real one. I don't know how he made that pseudo ass law. God, dog, that's some crazy to be a revolutionary like that and make a damn pseudo. Man,
Well, I mean, shit happens.
Shit happens.
Well, I sit back and I tell all you people. This is why I start jabbing at Sean. This is what happened when all you Negroes, and he wasn't around, start getting excited when the little fast talking African face dudes start coming around with all that exotic Negro stuff.
You talking about Young Pseudo?
No, watch why I go with this. So he comes around and tells you all this, right? And you are coming out of your what's the era? Probably
Jim
coke
Crow.
or dope, lightly dope, rattled, whatever you into, right? Got you niggas thinking that you are Israelites and
Oh,
exotic, when you should have stayed your little asses with Dr. Clark on the other side of the aisle doing all the shit and telling you niggas went with Dr. Ben. Yeah, I'm saying it. That's the split. You got one side who was good and happy telling you about Mary McLeod Bethune and who else? Lewis Latimer and all that shit.
Maggie Walker.
You niggas want to be we the black Jews, black man of the Nile, and what is it? The blackenization of the Bible. You niggas. And that's how we end up here, y'all. That's what I'm trying to say.
Man, leave Black Athena alone, bro.
If black folks would have stayed with the good old Schomburgian, Dr. Clarkian school, we'd have been all right. You let Dr. Ben come, and then you let Van Sertimer write that book, and you had to back him. That's what you did.
Nah, I can't let you just put all the blame on goddamn Dr. Ben.
Yes, I said it. Go ahead.
No.
What Dr. Clark tell you that he wasn't just backing Dr. Ben with? Let's get to it, goddammit.
Yeah. But your boy, man, Schomburg, it's his fault too.
Why?
Because he introduced some of these niggas to this exotic bullshit from that Russian Jew.
That's a fact. But where were you gonna go? Wait, hold on, Chris. Before you laugh in the background out here, what were you gonna do when this is the dude from Harvard saying all this, huh?
To authority, but that's
Right.
that was what I mean. That's all that was like. That was the creme de la creme, I guess. So you kind of work with
Jay
the
Rogers
and so yeah, they ran with it.
John G. Jackson don't get no blame either.
Oh shit.
Wait, hold on. See, this is where he get like.
Oh shit. See. Oh. I'm gonna go.
What you don't understand. See, what you don't understand is Jay Rogers is telling you these things in the material as well. It's based off of looks. If anybody wants to play this game, pull up any one of those books, and he's telling you about things about phenotype, which was still, even though it was being phased out, one of the scientific tools that people were using at the time. Yes?
Correct.
Right. So you can't blame them if that's the time. It's easy to play Monday morning quarterback and fuck the Lions. But yeah, play Monday morning quarterback.
Stop hating. Let it go. They drafted correctly. Let it go. Go ahead. Let it go. We're good now. It's going to be like that for a long time. Philadelphia is overrated.
Listen, I'm a Giants fan, brother.
Oh. Y'all suck.
I won more Super Bowls in your lifetime than your Pistons.
That's sitting low. Okay. No argument there. That's just a low blow.
For no
and
reason.
I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna tell the Abos your deepest, darkest secrets. I'm gonna dox you.
I'm
gonna Google your name. I'm like, yo, he's talking shit. Let's get this nigga.
I've been telling you to ask Cujo from the beginning. The nigga, you go ahead and dig. Like my body is dead up in Indian country, dead up in Anthony Johnsonville. Nigga, go ahead and pull him. You're going to see it's going to be really a whole lot of slow singing and flower bringing when I show you, like, yeah, all just like NAC can do with that little Montauk Long Island trick you see, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
You think we all those niggas up in the class talking all this engine shit, whatever, and why?
Yeah.
But if you understand the roots of these things, that it was a strategic play as well, because it was one of the things that these people had to do to try to keep the lands which were being taken away from them. You see, when you have things like eminent domain coming in, because you understand that the country is now trying to build infrastructure, and highways and byways and roads are now going to cut through these areas and whatever. So they're going to lose that little buck down, pea-headed towns that they have when they're then gobbled up by bigger municipal areas. We can see this in a modern way because if you knew, once again, about why Verdiachi becomes more into the news is because what's her name? Empress Verdiachi Goldwyn or Goldsmith. You'll see that she was like a mayor of some small municipality that was going to get eaten up by the greater community or whatever the town was in Louisiana. And this is where she comes up with this defense of my people have been here since the blah, 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 and we are the ancient ones. Anybody know that?
Mm-hmm.
She was pushing that shit
She
on
was
that
a
mom shit.
Washita before Dr. York. This was her claim and why she was doing it. But when people then jump out the window, Sean, we always keep aces. Then you got to explain, why she went to the Pan African Conference over in Africa. But
That one I either forgot about or don't like. She
yeah, of
went to the
course.
Pan
Come on,
African
John.
Conference.
Come on, now you lead
Man,
them
I'm
to the
proud of that
water to tell them
video,
that
bro.
water is tainted. You lead them right to the water. I'm like, yo, matter of fact, niggas is pissing in that water. Go ahead, drink it though.
you see about the petty shit this dude is goddamn like,
You
bro,
said you was
dude told
thirsty,
me.
nigga. You ain't said you want to clean water.
See that wow. That is true story of people. Hello world.
No, you supposed to think like you won. Yeah, you right. The Empress said this and the Empress did that. Okay, now we here. Guess what? So once again, real simple. I'll say it a million times. I ain't heard a response yet. When was the first black newspaper?
1809.
1827. 1827, it was
Oh
called
yeah,
what?
I'm
The
tripping.
Freedom's
The
Journal,
Freedom's
which means
Journal.
it was the journal of who? Free
Free.
black people and the voice of the black nation.
Was that in Philadelphia? Wasn't that in
That was in
Philadelphia?
New York, New York. Please don't forget it. It was found by who? John Brown
Didn't know.
Rushworm.
Thank you.
John Brown Rushworm and Samuel E. Cornish. John Brown Rushworm is also one of the earliest graduates from college for black people. He graduated, excuse me, from Bowdoin College. I think he was number 3 as far as black people first to get their college degree. So he graduated from Bowdoin. Samuel Cornish was a reverend. And they started the newspaper. They were the young rebel smart niggas, and it was funded partially and concepted by Peter Williams Jr. And the reason I say this, once again, I just want to, so now John Brown Westfern, we see our people have a voice. You can go in there and say, okay, what were we doing? So here's the connection. Pan-African, if you're talking about it, you can see the roots of it on the page of the paper. Why? They do stories about Paul Cuffey. They do stories about Toussaint Louverture. They tell you that's repeatedly a section in the paper of why they do this for the upliftment and education of the people and so they can have their own voice. Because what was happening, it was the white papers were writing negative stuff about black people and our newspaper became our defense so we can tell our own story. That's key. That's one newspaper that we can have. Excuse me, what do the Admirals have?
Not a damn thing. No, Grandma said. Grandma said.
Once again, I'll take Grandma Said. So now that we have a newspaper and Grandma Said, it was more than just that. So now we have these things called the Negro Conventions where Sean goes, remember that earlier? From each state, you got representatives of the black people. Now they come together and they have all of these writings. And what do the Abos have?
Grandma said.
Nothing.
Right. So once again, now that we have a newspaper and a Negro Convention, we also have organizations of various levels, whether churches, banks,
schools,
mutual aid and benefit societies, fraternal orders, right? Or schools. What did Abos have?
Grandma said.
Nothing.
Thank you. Anybody see how this goes?
Yeah. The most critical element of society is anthropology, right? Culture. They don't have any of that. They don't practice any of that. We don't see any of that, a flow of any culture coming from them, whether it be language, writings, architecture, or anything. They don't have anything. So what is it that you're claiming outside of an echo chamber? Is it something that you just want to do to embarrass yourself? Because that ain't hard. All you have to do is turn on TV, BET Comic View. I mean, we got enough niggas embarrassing themselves. Like, man, y'all just add to the flame on this, man. This shit is embarrassing.
The thing is, like, they go and I just happen to peep in the chat and I see Boule. Okay, well, once again, we have this thing called a timeline. When did this Boule come into existence?
He don't know. He don't know
Right.
about the blue book or nothing.
No, I got. You know what I got? I
I
got an
know.
original copy of original hardcover.
I don't even know. That shit like 700, bro. Like they be
Yep,
like that's one
got
of the books
one.
that be like, yeah, that's all you can. That's one of them, like in real life shit, bro.
Yep, got it. So anyway, but the point is, okay, so now you have the Boule. What does that have to do with the 1820s? 1820s. Are we clear on when this is taking place?
We are the smart
There's a
people.
transition is transpiring in the 1820s, but the census is there too, though. But at the same time, you got free blacks, growing, and you got the slaves still in full effect.
Fact, and which will be for damn near another 50 years.
Yeah.
40 years, exactly.
Yeah.
So 4 decades from that point of that newspaper going is when black people get free.
Yep.
But we have a voice going way back there because you can see writings going back to the 1700s.
Uh-oh.
And they have what? They have sources
Organization.
written by the white man who they have to use, that they have to interpret. Interpreters of the white man's message, us or them. See why they tell me to go stay in my corner? I ain't talking to Danny. Go ahead, Danny. All right, fine. I'll use all black sources.
Hey, yo, Sean, before you show that real quick, I just want to add one thing real quick. As far as showing all black sources, low key, what Danny did, he mentioned the book earlier. In this same book, I'm about to mention again, repeat. You can low key like just teach like not I won't even say basic, but like it, it's damn near college level fucking course on Black history. Leslie Alexander, African or American, and it's free online too, yo. Like for real. So yeah, that shit is fire, bro. A lot of this information is really in that book. Word up.
Oh no, I
Sean.
wasn't about to say anything about it. I was just putting this on the screen because people keep asking why we do what we do. Shit, one of the great scientists among us, right, who was influence in the middle of battles, told us don't rely on his own work. Right, so people call into question why Ben was posting about the Omax. Me and Ben was posting about the Omax. The last like 7 or 8 posts was all Ben and things like that. And it was like you're attacking the elder, Ronoka Rashidi, Clyde Winters, and Van Sertima. And we're like, no, motherfucker. People that they were engaged with at the time is sitting here telling us to don't just sit on our work, to go do your own work and then strengthen the work. Right? It says right here, we must form a scientific spirit capable of seeing even the weaknesses of our own proofs. So when Van Sertima claimed he had proof of the old Max shit, he had
That bullshit. That bullshit.
so goddamn,
Set us back.
we only doing what one of our smart, wisest elders told us to do and go correct the dumb shit.
Sean is a devil. That's what I'm saying, y'all. Demon time is what I said, Chris. Constantly, yo. That's why the album said, well, we'll at least talk to Danny, but I hate Sean, yo. He's a fucking, you see what I'm saying?
Nah, bro.
Him.
You cap it, Danny, because I done seen you get amped too many times.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's 2024.
Wow. All somebody got to do is say Harriet Tubman wasn't real.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or some, yeah, okay.
I've
been around.
It's not right. It's not right the way I treat Abo Nation.
Man,
yo, your boy though.
Hey man, Dane Calloway said niggas is waking up, man. Watch out.
Man, Danny, I can't be nice to my fault. I can't be like, you know the stuff they say about Queen Quet, bro? Ain't no way in hell. Ain't
Like
no
I
way
say, we the only ones that reached out, communicate, and had the conversation they didn't. So in that regard, what they did is this is where they messed up. Like you totally disparage that woman and the people that she represents, right? But what's getting lost in this once again is you have another group of black people who have a history when we should see the value in history and learning it to understand that that's not something that's relegated to the past. And what I mean by all of that is those same lands where your family members are getting flooded out and those people are getting pushed out, right? And we see that those Gullah people who were fighting for this independence the whole time have had a story that goes back to enslavement and before, right? Of their struggles and the culture that they maintain through it. So much so that Gullah culture is something that we can articulate to this day, right? But you have people who then want to co-opt their history. Remember, everybody was yelling Geechee and Gwale people and Gwale Indians and all of this to disparage our people, right? It's the same thing that's being done with people who, and I tell you this, like we need to fight for the real ones, the real Chickasaw freedmen and the Cherokee freedmen and the Muskogee and Ocmulgee and the Shinnecock and all those people who are of African descent and Native American or indigenous, whatever is the proper term. I say yes, they deserve all of that shit. Yes, and if they, and I might not agree, but if they choose to identify more, quote unquote, with their Native American side, they have the right to. Doesn't come with denial of the African side, but if they choose to say, I'm okay, they have the right to, though. But what's happening is that's not the ABO. Their mission is getting now laughed at and poo-pooed on. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
It's getting watered down. So now real Cherokee freemen have to deal with the fact that they're being lumped in with these, nuts. Anybody see the problem? The Gullah people have a problem. The freedmen have a problem. You're doing more of a
Because you're going to
disservice.
confuse the political movement.
Right. That part, Chris.
You can
Maybe that's what I'm
actually
stumbling
join.
around. Yes.
You can actually join their movement and actually make a difference. What you guys are doing are hindering progress. That's why I don't like it. It's scary.
Tell pro.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Point
And that's why
blank
y'all see
action.
me when I'm live sometimes I be really insulting them because I think they're dangerous.
Absolutely. And I got no patience, so it's always up. And that shit will forever remain stuck.
Man, Richard White, man, I don't know what you talking about, old guy. You just talking.
Demon time.
Ain't nobody on this panel doing no type of intellectual masturbation or none of that shit, bro. We are clearing the facts so that we can move forward. What the hell are you talking about? The whole show we've been about refuting shit and talking about how our people's natural intent was, and he come over here with intellectual masturbation. Man, you've been watching too much Pornhub, man. Go on somewhere.
I was in the public school system 3 times last month teaching the children. Says this Negro, so I don't know what niggas be talking about. Sorry, this thing. I'm like, if you think it's just some online, what was it, intellectual masturbation? Richard know better than that, nigga. No,
I hope that's not the same Richard I'm thinking
that's
of.
the same. Yeah, that's Richard.
Man, he already know how Gullah be rocking.
Yeah,
Gullah really be outside with the youth. I take kids to museums and everything. I'll be out Jackson Ward.
He been drinking, bro.
Any Gullah community in South Carolina too. I'm
No.
space
You
for
know,
this shit,
Richard's thing is, and he has valid sometimes about the black elite of yesteryear and their how we end up in this position and having to kowtow to certain things and that angle where why the White House still white and it ain't the Black House yet. So I get it.
Man, big up Octavius Cato, man.
All I'm saying is like it's more than fun facts and what people try to group it as. It's like now you are on to understand where you came from and you get a better understanding of the playing field. And what I mean is like you have points that and Richard knows this. Richard is a part of these organizations. You have points where you need to attack, right? So if you're talking about politics, These are tools to help you get to understand. We have a history of how we agitated and did other things politically to move the needle. So if we think that we're going to try to get together and just create things that haven't been done before, that's highly unlikely. You may make, your innovations on certain things, right? Or break the mold in certain ways, but there was a mold that needed to be broken. And it wasn't, how do you say it, Sean? They didn't just come out the ground.
Hey,
So,
true. My fault.
well,
Go
hold
ahead.
on. Let me just get this point out. So when you
Yeah, go
look
ahead.
at, okay, it ain't just the 1830s or 40s with some Negro conventions. Well, okay, you can screw it up 100 years. You got the 1940s and things that go on in there, right? And then if you push up just a little bit more, 40 years, you at the 1980s, and you can still see patterns there. So now we say, okay, the 1980s, and some of the people in his chat, this youth that he's talking about, are being born and coming into things. So you understand that you still then had certain infrastructures that were being decimated, where crack comes in and those things like that, and urban decay and all that, right? But you had black mayors, whether in DC, you still had the power of some black organizations. Well, what happens to them? We can't start the story with, okay, this is how the NAACP failed if you don't have the origins of where these things come from. You can't tell the story, well, this is how the Black Panthers failed if you think that the Black Panthers just come out of thin air.
What
This is
happened to
going back. Let me just say this
Reconstruction?
last part. You got to go. Let me just
My fault.
finish it with this. That's why the study of what happened in the rearview mirror is so important, so you understand how the hell you got here in the first place. You're not going to make up anything new that didn't have no effect from the past. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Nah, you don't be pop. My fault. I was my fault. I was agreeing with you, fam. Man, look, man. Richard knows this, man. We're talking about youth, political action, and political action and knowledge, right? And information. Richard, it's an organization called Low Country Action Committee, right? It's a Gullah organization. It's a political organization based out of Charleston, South Carolina. Richard Wright interviewed these people, not even knowing that the leader of the organization is my cousin, firstborn cousin, my mama's sister's child. You feel me? He didn't even, I'm telling him, yeah, the Salafu, yeah, that's my cousin. Boom, and so I'm disappointed. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm sorry.
What's pointing out
That's
what?
sad. Richard, he just
Why
man.
contrarians and agitators, that's what Richard is. Agitators are important.
But he knows better though. Like he knows
So?
better. He knows this is Gullah, the same Gullah that was on Clubhouse, same Gullah that be on each one. This is the same Gullah.
So don't
What?
you learn how to
Right.
sharpen your argument? Or if they're a repetitive argument, you learn how to let me cut to the chase quicker. That's the whole point of it. The agitation is important. Never hate the agitators. Maybe I gotta find a way to end this quicker than I usually do instead of this roundabout. So agitators are gonna be. Don't you know they call light-skinned W.E.B. Du Bois the agitator? Huh?
They called him Dandy too. That's true.
Well, that's true. That's true. Huh?
Yeah, man.
They called your man so you Bammers again. They called your
I
man
ain't no
Booker
damn
T
Bama.
the accommodationist. It was Du Bois, light-skinned Negro, who was allegedly the agitator. Sean.
You said the boys was on demon time.
Nah, man. Sean always trying to get out the light skins and the smart Negroes sometime, man, and the church people. Chris beyond that too, God attacking the good old Jesus lovers too.
Hey, somebody give it up for the Lord. Y'all can do better than that. Give it up to the Lord.
Y'all better y'all got about 3 more hours before it's Sunday. That's the Lord's Day. Go ahead.
Y'all better not mess with the Lord's good day.
And they say, damn well he in Long Island going to that good white man church. Black man church out there.
Somebody
go to somebody's AME, Hempstead church or something like that. Knowing goddamn well grandma's buried in a Negro burial ground out back. Or great-grandma, sorry. Great-great-grandma, probably. Shit. Sean, whole family probably preaches Gullah. This nigga's a demon.
Nah, my great granddad had his own church on Lawrence.
See?
We all had this thing. He had a good friend. He had a good friend that came over here from Africa and needed a place to stay to go to school and shit. And he stayed in the church upstairs. He was from the Congo.
That's what's
Up in
up.
the church.
This nigga
Had a
done
real
Up in
raised
the
life
that
church.
Congo
Congo.
cosmogram in the church. I thought that was
They're
just
right there in the church.
Yeah.
Nashville.
He get you and meet you a good girl right there in the church. She can be good girl, church.
I just don't understand, Sean. Is the good people of Tennessee go to church?
God fearing.
Matter of fact, wait, hold on.
Master love.
Yeah, y'all. Wait, no, that's Louisiana. Wait, y'all.
That's
Oh
what
yeah,
you put in
y'all
your
some
master
uppity
church.
niggas down there. Ain't Fifth down? No, yeah. Oh yeah, y'all get kind of light skinned down in Tennessee. I forgot. Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do
Yeah,
that.
Nah, because they mess with them highfalutin. Now, nah, what happened is they leave Tennessee, Sean Gullah, and they start reading good. All of a sudden, they turn against the good Lord. That's what happened.
Started reading good.
Start reading good every time. Oh, Nana, that's not how you pronounce Judas. One of them type of niggas, yo. Goddamn shame. People in the chat, come back to church. This woke stuff ain't no good for you.
I'm about to get me a good Christian woman.
What? Have you outside selling incense and chew sticks, walking around with an XL on, looking like an extra, and I don't know, the 12 commandments or some shit. Excuse me, the 40. What is it? The 42 negative
42 laws of
confessions. The
my
movie.
Yeah.
I just had a question on a little side note. Maybe Sean, you can help me out since you are the I don't know, formerly commission variety or whatever you call yourself, post commission era.
Commission era.
Yeah, but do you happen to know where Jabari's PhD is being from?
Pit stop, man.
No, I do not, bro. I know I haven't looked into it.
Okay, I'll just ask him.
Why would you just ask?
Because he knows the answer.
Yeah, because he's petty as hell.
Wait, I was just asking the question.
No, he knows the answer, bro.
No, you wasn't, bro. You don't just ask questions.
You're right. You ask
You really
questions
don't.
you know the answer to because there's more to it.
Wait, Chris,
He
you
knows
smart
it.
nigga on here. You talk to the brother. Where is
That's
Jabari's
his,
PhD from?
Chris Cool Jabari.
I don't think he has a PhD. He don't think
He
that he
studied
don't
for
think he
one,
has
is
a
he not?
PhD. Yeah, but you said from. That's past tense.
Oh, I mean, well, do you happen to know where he happened?
You said I was a smart nigga, so I decided to be a smart
Not
nigga.
the hard
you know,
ER.
Say what?
Not the hard ER. Damn.
Yeah, right. You see?
That should come
That's called
Like
dancing. What happened? He put on his good dancing shoes, so he think he doing something. Did you happen to know where he was learning these things, Chris?
No.
Okay,
No.
there you go.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I heard he was studying for it on Sonetta, which is an incredible source to be learning from in the first place. But it is what it is.
What's the answer, Truth? Because if I know you know.
Has anybody ever gone to his website, or that's just too much for you, smart nigga?
Well, go ahead, walk us through.
Brother,
I was just asking you, the
last
smart
time I was
niggas
on
who
this
want to
web,
get into
I didn't like
intellectual
what I saw the
warfare,
last
have you
time I was on
decided
You the
to
one
maybe
that
want
subscribed to
look
Clyde
at his
Winter's
website?
YouTube page. Okay, sir. Some of us don't think like you.
Right. No, I talked to this brother, blah, 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 blah. Hey, you got a website? Oh, I'm not going to look at that, but I'll look at something from fucking 15,000 BC. You niggas too smart for your own good. Where is he learning? And what is he learning, I ask you?
I think he's trying to get a PhD for Africana Studies. Is that what it is?
That boy said,
It's half right. PhD, but for what? Truth? I don't know. What's up?
Once again, has anybody ever gonna? You're not gonna read it for yourself. This is a consortium of the smartest woke-topians. No, I'm not gonna call you guys woke-topians, but some of the smartest Negroes on the internet. Don't ask me. You good at finding stuff from 50,000 years ago. You can't find something from last year.
I don't. What's the website?
Do you know his name? Some nigga said Cornell University.
The last time I was on his website, I bought this right here.
What's that? 7 White Lies?
No.
Oh,
I'm
so
not
you
looking
buy
at it.
books, but you don't look at people's credentials or where they're gonna study, right?
No.
I
This is
hear
a
you,
video.
Sean.
This is a video. This was
Oh, my bad.
capture some information in regard to subject matter that was supposed to be debated.
Wait, see, this is why I am king along, not some dictator, but along with my people, because it's the peanut gallery who are the smart people, and typically not myself included on this case, as I'm on it, the panel people, but it's the
Desmond.
peanut gallery. Thank you, Desmond. We at least got
Metaphysics.
closer to solving some riddles.
Metaphysics. Yeah.
Has
I think he said on the
anybody
video.
found out yet where he is going to school?
The Metaphysical University.
Delbert Blair University.
No, what is it, Gala?
Metaphysical University. You petty, bro. You's terrible.
Chris,
Go
and
back to your
all these
throwing
other
machine.
smart Negroes, Sean and all, talking. Oh, he was the smart nigga. Thank you, Desmond. Oh, you got your PhD from where? Where, Gala?
You
you
man,
scared to
go
say
ahead.
it, brother? Where
Metaphysical
is he
University.
getting
Man.
his
You petty as
PhD
shit.
from, Gullah?
Metaphysical University.
Where is that?
I ain't gonna lie. I have no clue. Not gonna hold you. I really don't. But I
Sean
believe
enjoying this shit. Fucking demon. Look at it saying. Look at it saying. I'm sitting back like, let me do this. Let me do this. Listen, hold on. Let me do this. True story. What is the beef with Jabari in the community? Like, why people don't like him?
All right. So first of all, I don't have no problem with Jabari, to be honest with you. Me, I don't. I'm not into.
Okay, I hope I wasn't implying that. I hope I wasn't.
No.
Implying
I understand where the beef is. I think partially is what where there's maybe the way that he comes across. Definitely, this authoritarian type of position. Maybe people are taken aback by that, and then they can pile on with the articulation and all those typical things, as well as this. How do you say it? What's the example? Okay, somebody was the WWE champ and he gets rid of the belt to go to whatever, and instead of having the fights for the new champion, they just automatically give it to someone. And so one of the
interlinear champion.
Right. One of the subtexts it is you had the GOAT who was polite, Mike Tyson or whatever the boxing analogies was, with that who was gone, and this guy suddenly just automatically gets placed in that king of the ring position without coming up through the quote unquote ranks.
The university is in Sedona, Arizona, bro.
What's the name of it, brother? I'm sorry.
University of Metaphysics.
The University of Metaphysics.
Yeah, it's in Sedona.
Learning.
Sedona, Arizona, but you can take the courses online, bro. It's like 48 courses or some shit.
PhD in what exactly? What are their PhD programs in?
You want to go back to it? My bad.
I was just asking, brother. You don't have to, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, brother, yeah. You can get your bachelor's and master's and doctoral in metaphysical degree programs. It says start your journey and earn your metaphysical degree through self-paced distance learning in metaphysics studies.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yeah, so here's the doctoral degree right here, right? You get it. It's right here.
The metaphysics play a great role in African societies, though.
No, look at Chris. I like it. Go ahead, Chris.
I'm not agreeing.
I ain't seeing no African.
I mean, essentially, yes, it's true.
No, let me say it again. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. The views and opinions of Brother Chris.
Listen, I'm gonna say it like this. Jabari is an intelligent man. I like talking to him. He always displays the utmost respect for his opponents when he be beating them apples up. The one I don't agree with some of his views on the Egyptian narrative. I'm not gonna lie about that. And that's it. You know what I'm saying?
Chris, and now I can share with you my personal whatever, and it's nothing personal. I've met Jabari, probably never remember because most people whatever. That's kind of way I like it. A few times, but I know who he is as far as what I'm probably the first person to actually show Jabari before he even got on Sonetta, meaning that he's probably had a YouTube before I played the videos, whatever. But Jabari in New York had a show on public access with his wife.
Yeah, I remember
Right.
that. Yeah, yeah, I remember.
Right. So prior
Yeah.
to that, and this is in the 94, 95 ish era. I was heavily immersed in let's say
The Pharaohs.
Commissionism.
He was
Yeah,
down.
let's just say the Pharaohs. Yeah. Pause.
Let's say the commissionistic. And I'm saying all that to say was where I lived, the Asar Set Society was literally in between where I lived and where the weed spots were. So one day I happened to go by or whatever, and I start.
He blaming it on the weed, yo.
No, the weed. Anybody know Brooklyn? The weed spots is on Frank. The
You
weed
told me
spots is
about the
on
origin of
Franklin.
black pseudos and cannabis.
Yeah, the weed spots is on Franklin, and I lived on Lefferts, right by St. James and all that, all the junior mafia shit. I lived on Lefferts, and the Assault Access Society was on Atlantic Avenue by Bedford. But anyway, so I go there and I see him, and since a little kid, I've been in this world and know all these people or whatever. But his thing is time he was kind of with Raul Nefer in that whole Sarsa society, but as well, let's see, Baba Heru, I believe, had left being a cop. He was a cop in East New York, and he used to have this incense and what was it, comedic type of shop, I think over on Marcus Garvey in Brooklyn or whatever. So anyway, I knew about the different various shrines and all this other stuff stemming up or whatever, but I also was aware of interpretation, recreation of things from the past. But I was also aware, wait a minute, you just took X and interpreted it as this. For instance, the wearing of the scarf comes to where, Sean, you'll like this. If you go back and look at what everybody from Asa Hilliard to Dr. Ben to Dr. Clark had started wearing at those times, as far as this more than a scholar, but teacher, professor, whatever the significance of it is, they start wearing collars. Right, everybody see the older ones with the Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben toward the end. They have those kente type of design collars on. Well, that's signifying, obviously, coming from what the collar represents and blah, 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 blah. Well, what do they have as far as that particular shrine? Scarves.
I don't know, and I don't know what colors
Scarves.
represent.
Scarves. What does Baba Heru wear? Scarves. What does Jabari has up for significance? Scarves.
But what does scarf represent?
Baba Heru will tell you each scarf is a different color because each day has a different color.
Man, he made that shit up.
I'm telling you what he said. So he lying? Each day don't have a different color. Huh?
He made that shit up. That ain't no goddamn nowhere.
He just joking. Scars.
Wait, excuse me. What you won't do, Sean, is excuse me, Chris, is ever do that. Have you ever been to Baba Heru's website?
Don't go there, Chris.
No, I haven't.
Thank you very much. So before you say I'm just making some shit, you better go and look at the things I'm telling to you, brother.
So each scarf represents a different color.
Yeah, it's gonna
each scarf is
all the way
different
back
color
to
because
Theosophical Society, bro. It's gonna come back to goddamn yoga and Hinduism and goddamn your chakra system.
So that's metaphysical university.
So what happens is, as you have a transition from having one source of income to having another, then you see the emergence of that particular aspect. And Baba Heru also had a public access show called.
I don't
You
know.
guys love the Netanyahu video. Everybody look at it when it comes on. That's right.
That's the
What was
time
the
I've
name
ever
of the
seen it.
show?
I don't
Watch
know.
this. It was called Kemetic Jewels. Well, what
Yes,
does
Lord.
Baba Heru sell?
Jewelry. The
Is
silver
it
you
not
make the
is
necklaces
the
and
word
stuff.
double entendre?
I don't know if that's jewelry that he sells though.
What do you mean by that, sir? I thought somebody
Copper.
bought a chain from him.
It's
What?
it's copper with crystals.
That's called jewelry. That's the demon time I'm talking about. That's
Oh.
jewelry.
He sold your cousin a necklace that's supposed to
That
bring.
ain't. Oh my God! Oh no! You talk the truth. Oh, okay.
Yo,
Said
I gotta
that's
slide.
called
I gotta get
jewelry.
up out of here, yo. I gotta go get some food, yo.
All right, man.
Yeah, I'm
I hope.
sorry, man. I ain't mean to. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
It was
Thank you
good.
for
Nah, it
having
was
me,
good. It
man.
was good. It was good. It was good. It was good. Hopefully everybody enjoyed, man. We appreciate everybody tapping in. Not a coincidence gonna come back though. He gonna be live, so we're
Okay.
gonna pile up on Not a Coincidence channel, man. Finish the shit out for the night. So
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
yeah. Appreciate everybody. Chris,
All right,
Dylan, Truth. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt, no doubt. Always.
Appreciate you, yo. Shout out to the Mossy, man. Everybody
Yeah,
included.
appreciate y'all, brothers, man. We'll catch y'all later, man. Y'all enjoy the rest of
Peace,
y'all.
peace.
Peace, peace. And go like the show, share the show, tell a friend, man. Appreciate everybody tapping in. Some good information in this bill. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. I ain't even gonna end. I'm gonna end it just like that.